Welcome, everybody. We'll be getting started here in another minute or two. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, April 26, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy, I understand, is excused.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here, I know we're always out of order on the roll, right, even though.
Mr. Presverdia.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Weddleton, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zolotel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings, and we do not have any tonight. That brings us to the report. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight. I want to provide updates on a few priorities and events we are working on. Addendum Day is tomorrow, which is celebrated around the world as a day to stand with victims of sexual assault and sexual violence. On Addendum Day, we're encouraged to wear denim to raise awareness about the issue of sexual violence and support organizations who work to confront this problem. My staff and I will be wearing denim tomorrow and encourage everyone to do the same. Tonight, as we consider amendments to the budget, I want to encourage fiscal discipline and restraint. The revised budget I propose stays under the tax cap substantially and relies on less property taxes than the 2021 budget. Public safety is prioritized. Homeowners are protected as we lower property taxes. The tax cap and our charter are respected. We cannot spend our way into prosperity. I urge the Assembly to accept our revised budget and provide property owners tax relief they need. I think it's safe to say that spring is officially here, and fingers are crossed that it'll stay that way. With that, it's time we come together as a city to clean up our streets, ditches, and roads during the annual citywide cleanup efforts. The Anchorage Chamber of Commerce leads this tremendous effort with the help of volunteers each May. My team and I will be participating this year and plan on dedicating a day in May to help make our city look beautiful again. More information about how to participate in the cleanup efforts and where to get the famous orange bags will be found on the Chamber's website. My hope is to see everyone out there in May. Thank you. I want to provide some good news regarding our search for a library director. As you may have heard, our worldwide search was successful, and yesterday I named Robert Hudson as library director. Robert has a stellar 18-year career in library work and is exceptionally qualified. He has worked around the world in library roles and is more than qualified to lead our public libraries. His background includes a Master's of Library and Information Science, a Juris Doctorate, another Master's degree in History, and a Bachelor's in History. I look forward to Robert joining the municipality in his confirmation by the Assembly. Yesterday, we held our second listening session concerning the proposed navigation center. It was a productive discussion and dialogue with the community. I thank everyone for attending and their comments on the project. A special thanks to Mr. Rivera and Mr. Weddleton for joining us on the stage and providing their thoughts and experience on the matter. As was said at the listening session, the Nav Center is a critical piece of the larger pie that makes up our homeless response system. I look forward to the Assembly's approval of the funds needed to move this center forward for us to make a true impact on homelessness here in Anchorage. And Madam Chair, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So welcome. Thank you all for joining this meeting tonight, whether here in person or online. We are very happy to have you here. Before I begin my report, I wanted to take a moment to present to Mr. Constant and Mr. Rivera your 5-year pins for 5 years of service to the municipality on the Assembly. As we prepare to enter another election in the books, I want to acknowledge and thank everyone who worked to make this election a success, from the elected officials and workers to the Elections Commission, to the observers, volunteers, and community members who dedicated many hours to ensure that this election was transparent, safe, and secure. Thank you all so much for your hard work. Over 70,000 people voted in this election, almost as much as in the previous mayoral election, far more than the 49,000 who voted in 2017, the last non-mayoral election before mail-in vote-at-home elections. Each year, the elections team makes improvements to the process to work toward the goal of being the most safe and secure elections in the country. This year, there was 24-hour video streaming of the election center. The elections team provided an online training for observers, and we added observer liaison positions. Election results were reported promptly, ballot counting was transparent, and there were no credible reports of problems with voting or counting systems. The municipality's vote-at-home, vote-by-mail system is one of the most transparent, safe, and secure in the country, and we can all be proud of that accomplishment. Again, thank you to those of you who worked hard to make that happen. So why are we doing election certification tonight? Some of you may have noticed that in the past we certified the election at a special meeting, and this year we are doing it a week later at a regular meeting. The reason for this is to give more time for curing ballots and conducting the public session of canvass. Last September, the Assembly approved the 2022 calendar with 2 possible dates, April 19 or April 26, to conduct certification, depending on the scheduling of the public session of canvass, which was either going to be April 15 or 22nd. The Ethics and Election Committee discussed at meetings in October and February, and MOA elections set April 22nd for canvass, and then certification was scheduled for this meeting of April 26. This is a good change. It allows more time for the return of ballots for military and overseas voters that are postmarked on or before Election Day. And again, it gives voters more time to cure any signature issues, such as a missing or non-signature match. And processing the hardest envelopes, ballots, questions, special needs, electronic, and damaged ballots, it just gives more time for the process and helps reach the goal to ensure that every valid vote is counted. As a result, we do have a very full agenda tonight. Besides the certification, we have swearing in of members. We have first quarter budget revisions. For those who may be here for public testimony on item 14R, which is AR 2022-111, construction of an adult shelter and/or navigation center, the intent is to take up this item at a special assembly meeting this Thursday, April 28 at 5 p.m. The assembly would also take up one or two related resolutions at this meeting as well, and perhaps Member Rivera may have more to add on this later. Also, I expect a motion to change the order of the day to take up the certification of the election results after initial audience participation. After the oaths of office are administered, we'll take a break, probably our dinner break, so that the new members can be added to the OnBase system. Depending on how quickly we move through the agenda, we may also need to reorder to ensure we have time to complete the first quarter budget revision items. These are public hearing items 14A, 14B, 14C, and 14D. I want to note that there is a work session scheduled for this Friday. It starts at 10 a.m. Right now it's scheduled to last until 2 p.m. to discuss round 2 of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. The intent is to revisit the framework we developed for CARES Act funds and also utilize for the first round of ARPA funds, and to consider funding and process forward. As always, the administration is invited to this work session. Finally, I want to mention that consent agenda item 10F4 includes the final report for the Anchorage reapportionment process. And Mr. Constant, who is the chair of the reapportionment committee, is going to provide some comments, so I will turn it over to him. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you look at item 10F4, there is an extensive and comprehensive report detailing every part of the process that we could pack into the document. It's approximately 100 pages or more. I don't know that it was printed for your packets, but the idea is that we don't necessarily need to pull it and have a discussion about it, because we've probably talked a lot about reapportionment since last year. But every date, every opportunity to testify, it's all detailed in there, and it's a really nice report. Thank you to Claire Ross for drafting and organizing. It's really a roadmap for the future for the next body that has to address the question of, are we malapportioned? And then I would take a moment of privilege now to offer to honor Madam Chair, Suzanne LaFrance, for her 5 years of service in the municipality since we joined as a class together. I have your pin for you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I should have seen that coming, but I didn't, even though we started at the same time. So just a reminder that this is a business meeting and we're here to do the work of the municipality. And again, we have a very full agenda, and I ask everyone to please help create a climate of respect here. If you are speaking, to please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, pacing. Keep your signs to 8.5 by 11 inches. And do please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so the chair may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And if you are here to testify on a public hearing item, which we will get to later in the agenda, when you come forward, please do state your name, your community council, the area of the municipality in which you live, and stay on topic and direct comments to me or other folks here on the dais. I will interrupt if you're off topic. With that, we will now go to committee reports, and I will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of items. First is there's going to be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12 noon in Conference Room 155 in City Hall. There's going to be two topics on the agenda. First is an amendment to the contract with BDO. They're doing a lot of additional work, and so that requires a change to the contract. Second is an amendment to the 2022 Municipal Audit Plan, which will be discussed and deliberated at the Audit Committee meeting tomorrow. Second thing, I just wanted to discuss briefly, and I guess I would just request a quick moment of personal privilege. Thanks, because I don't know if it fits neatly in with this. Tomorrow morning, and I'll do my best to make sure there is notification, members should receive in your mailboxes a navigation center and sheltering plan binder that has a lot of information that answers the questions which have been brought up by members of the public and by yourselves. And this binder will also have lots of copies of that available for the public, as well as hopefully getting those documents online. So this is just in advance and in preparation for Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This past week, the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee met. We received a thorough report from the port about how it goes about seeking grant funding, which is really relevant right now as we continue to have a funding request in the legislature and a lot of questions about what other means we're utilizing to fund the port reconstruction. We also heard from Anchorage Wastewater Utility about, Water and Wastewater Utility about a request to increase the rates, particularly around how we have access to fire hydrants. And that item is before us tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last Thursday, the 21st, the Budget and Finance Committee met and discussed. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll get through it quickly. The first quarter budget revisions was obviously on the agenda tonight. We also have had 2 work sessions on that topic. We also got an update on FEMA reimbursement, which continues to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Check. We're working.
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder that we have a meeting of the Health Policy Committee on May 4th. We'll have a presentation from the Volunteers for America. Also, Recover Alaska, discussing the status of alcohol use disorders and needs, as well as an update from the Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, we have the addendum to the agenda. Before we get to the addendum, we're going to address the laid on the table items. I believe there are 8 laid on the table items. The laid on the table items are being distributed. And for members of the public, these laid on the table items are available up front here by Mr. Turner. We have 8 laid on the table items. 4 of those are supplemental and 4 will require a motion and 8 votes from the body to lay them on the table and incorporate them into the agenda so they can be incorporated into the agenda. We're addressing a procedural issue. It'll be just one moment and we'll resume here. So again, we have 8 items to lay on the table, and 5 of those require a motion and 8 votes. I will start with the 3 items that are supplemental. The first is under 10A. 10A2A, Resolution Number AR 2022-127S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 5, 2022 as a National Day of Prayer and designating May 5 as a Municipality of Anchorage Day of Prayer. This is an S version and supplemental and does not require a vote. The second supplemental item is under the 14's new public hearings. It is item 14C2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 78-2022, Municipality of Anchorage 10-year tax rate trends by tax district and tax district maps, supplemental information to AO 2022-45, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage general government for 2022. That item is supplemental, does not require a vote. The final supplemental item is 14R. Under 14R, 14R4, Information Memorandum Number AIM unnumbered -2022, Midtown Community Council Resolution in support of AR 2022-111. We'll now take up those items that require a vote. The first one is under the 10Bs. 10B2, Resolution Number AR 2022 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor's Office regarding the proposed Navigation Center and Low Barrier Shelter at Tudor and Elmore and time limiting the proposal.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I need to declare conflict on this item per the previous consultations and rulings of the chair, consultations with Ethics Council and rulings of the chair. I've been conflicted out of this item previously, or items involving this subject previously.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. It is a ruling of the chair that you are to be excused. Item 10B2 by Assembly Members Rivera, Weddleton, and Mayor Bronson. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion to lay on the table has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is timely to lay on the table as we will be deliberating this item on Thursday during the special meeting. It goes hand in hand with the $6.2 million appropriation for the NAV Center. Apologies, we couldn't get this on the addendum. This stuff just takes longer than we expect. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And is it your intent to take up this item on Thursday as well?
Correct.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay item 10B2 on the table. The motion passes 9-0.
Madam Chair, excuse me, just a point of order. I'm having trouble with all of these documents tracking which one we're discussing. Can you read it a little slower and then give me a little space? They're not ordered necessarily in order in the packet. Thank you. And maybe read the title of it. You've been giving the agenda number, which is helpful, but not on any of the documents. So then yeah.
So do you want me to read more than the title that I've been reading too?
Or maybe just make sure we're all following along
Okay.
which item it is. There's just a lot of items up here.
Got it.
Maybe I'm the only one taking a while, but thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Okay, next will be item 10B3, if it's approved, unnumbered resolution a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly invoking Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20.090A.3 to temporarily suspend formal procurement rules in order to timely provide permanent supportive and workforce housing as part of the exit from mass care.
Madam Chair, I need to declare a conflict on this item. As Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, I have created this particular program and therefore have a conflict. And I have consulted with Ethics Council and have concurrence.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. It is the ruling of the chair that you have a conflict and may be excused. Does everyone have the item? I believe it's a front and back. And the title is up on the screen, too.
So we'd move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion to lay this item on the table has been made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
This is regards a key component of the exit from mass care and the supplement to the system for the homeless that we've all been working on for many, many months. We've got a situation where there's partnership funding, and we're part of that, a location for permanent supportive housing and workforce housing. There's an agreement to buy, a purchase and sale agreement has not been signed, waiting for the owner to know that they will have income during the due diligence period, which is up to 120 days. They're not willing to sit out an entire tourist season with no income. So, and they want to know by May 1st, which if you look at your calendar is coming up pretty quick. So this would, using what we're allowed to do in code is to bypass the Title VII requirements and do a sole source to support this and to allocate funds from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to pay the firm 99+1 to operate the location.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So I've got 3 members in the queue, and I just want to remind everyone to just please speak to the motion. Actually, I've got 4 people now to the motion to lay this item on the table, and if it is laid on the table, there will be more time to actually talk about the merits of the item. So first is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If someone pulls it, right, it just doesn't go through the consent agenda. So my question is, this seems like the kind of thing that usually comes from the administration. So why is it, are you two the ones laying it on the table, and is the administration a co-sponsor of this?
We are, it comes from Assembly members because this draws on the part of Title VII that allows the Assembly to bypass the strict Title VII requirements. But this is supported as part of the package that we've all agreed to in the mayor's. Let the mayor speak for himself, but he is my understanding and support for action today.
Perhaps I could hear from the OMB director about this.
No. Oh. The one time maybe Mr. Dunbar can mute me. Just kidding. Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the administration, I've been informed that we are supportive of the waiving of Title VII to ensure that this happens in a timely manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. I want to speak to the timeliness of this as well. So what this is, in essence, funding is 130 units of temporary transitional housing, which is really critical right now. So that is the temporary use that this is funding. And then I think Mr. Weddleton spoke a little bit more to the long-term use. And as folks know, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, they are fast and furious housing individuals through the system. So having these 130 units is going to be really helpful for the coalition's work as they continue to work with HUD-TA, Rasmussen, and our other partners. And then I guess just a little bit of a preview, and I think the chair alluded to this a little bit as well. So a lot of this work is fast and furious. You're going to be seeing something very similar to this, where we are asking to move pots of money around so that we can bring online some additional emergency housing vouchers. So this is very fast work that we are engaging in. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns is that the individual involved in moving this forward is Ms. Solitel. Ms. Solitel is the acting director to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. So she's pushed all this forward, having access to things that normal directors of outside nonprofits wouldn't.
Ms.
And
Allard?
yet, has the Department of Law determined
Ms.
that this
Allard?
entire negotiation is not a conflict of interest?
Ms. Allard, actually, Ms. Zalatel has been excused from this item. And
No,
is
actually,
not
she
on the
hasn't.
dais.
She was in negotiations and came up with these ideas. I have emails to prove that. So again, I'm asking Department of Law, have you reviewed this to make sure that everything coming forward in front of us isn't a conflict of interest to this point?
Thank
and
you,
to even have this
Ms.
come
Allard.
forward.
That's something we would take up once we decide whether or not to lay this on the table.
Well, no, this is helping my decision to lay it on the table.
Would someone from the Department of Law be able to answer quick? I would really like to get to initial audience participation.
Of course.
Patrick Burke, through the chair. Assemblymember Allard, the Department of Law has not been made aware of any ethical conflicts at this time.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make one last comment, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
It is now, Department of Law has been notified on record that this is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, on the motion to lay this item on the table, members may proceed to vote. The motion passes 8-1. The next item would be item 10G11. It's an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in an amount of $47,376,742, allocating to projects and programs when tendered to the Federal Direct Grants Fund 241900, Mayor's Office. This item is not an ordinance, so it requires a vote, a motion, and a vote of 8 members to lay it on the table.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdia to lay this item on the table and seconded by Mr. Peterson? No.
The mayor, I think.
Seconded by Mayor Bronson. Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want to, this is an item from the administration. Did
Nope.
you? Nope. Okay. Is there someone from the administration who wants to speak to why this item needs to be laid on the table?
Sure. Madam Chair, Carol Fresca from OMB. We know that the funds will be received imminently. The Assembly is having a work session, I believe, on Friday on this topic, and we thought it would be appropriate for you to also have, as part of your discussion, the requests that we have gathered from the department. So we think it's relevant to the Assembly's upcoming discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Frasca. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with Ms. Frasca. It is very helpful to have this document. However, I oppose the motion to lay this on the table. I think our full discussion, we have a work session this Friday. The Assembly is going to engage in a discussion about how to spend the ARPA funds throughout May. We expect the funds to arrive in May. And so this is a resolution that could be put on the regular agenda for the 10th or for the 24th, and it won't delay the implementation of any of these programs. But I do appreciate the administration putting this forward it will be a useful point of reference as we go through the process with the Budget Committee and the full assembly and the work sessions that we have in the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Chair. But I do not support the motion to lay this on the table. I think it's also just, it's $47 million, and to lay something like this on the table when it isn't, we don't expect the money to come between now and May 10th, I think is inappropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify that my motion to lay it on the table was for the purposes of the discussion, and I would agree with Mr. Dunbar that this is not something that's necessary tonight, and the information is incredibly valuable. Appreciate that. But I think we can hold off on this and have our discussion and use this information as a part of our discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this unnumbered resolution on the table. The motion fails 2-8. This item will not be laid on the table. The next item is 12A, certification of the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. This is the big packet. AM 252-2022 from Municipal Clerk's Office and the MOA Elections Team, subject certification of the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. Is there a motion?
Move to lay it on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant to lay it on the table and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think that this item before us now has to receive 8 votes to be laid on the table. Makes me think that we need to go back to address that code section and grant swift passage to election certification questions. That's my thought that this raises for me now. I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay AM 252-2022 on the table. The motion passes 10-0. The final item to be laid on the table would be item 15E, resolution number AR 2022 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary license number 3971 for Fresh Ale Pubs, LLC, DBA Moose's Tooth Pub and Pizzeria. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Would the administration speak to why this item needs to be laid on the table?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one unfortunately didn't get through the process in time to make the addendum. It is time sensitive in order to take it up for actions on May 10th. So I have been told by the Planning Department this is a time sensitive item.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this unnumbered resolution on the table. The motion passes 10-0. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum and as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the addendum. We will now move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. We have one appearance request. Mr. Andrew Gray. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Gray, and I represent Anchorage Action, an organization I co-founded with Yarrow Silvers. I grew up in a small town in Texas, and our community revolved around church. When I was in high school, we were taught a Sunday school unit on the sinfulness of homosexuality. That teaching centered around Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13. As for the man who lies with a male as lying with a woman, they have committed a detestable thing. They shall surely be put to death. My mother posted that verse on our family's refrigerator, and I had to look at it morning and night. This was stressful for a teenager, coming to terms with his sexuality, but luckily I had an escape, the library. The Friendswood Public Library was a safe refuge where I had access to books and multimedia that showed me that I deserved more than a death sentence, that I could lead a fulfilling life. Libraries are not just sanctuaries for members of the LGBTQ community. For immigrants and indigenous people, the library has items in many different languages. For our unhoused brothers and sisters, the library provides a warm, safe place to be during the day with access to computers and the internet. Unfortunately, there are forces at work in Anchorage to restrict our freedoms and access to the library. Prior to becoming deputy director, Judy Elledge made many social media posts that were derogatory to marginalized groups. Since her involvement in the Anchorage Public Library system, there have been reports of books being removed from circulation without following the proper protocols. Library employees have left their jobs due to the bullying environment she has fostered. I understand people like Judy Elledge. They remind me of my mother, and the truth is, I love my mother, but she shouldn't be part of a library administration, and neither should Judy Elledge. I will now present to the administration and the assembly.
Madam Chair, I'd like to do a point of order, please.
Ms. Allard, what rule do you believe has been broken?
Thank you. I would ask Mr. Gray not to take personal attacks on an individual, please.
These are his 3 minutes, and we have provided members of the public to comment on how they believe the...
You're being a hypocrite.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order. I will ask Mr. Gray to confine his remarks to the qualifications and what is germane. I have not heard an attack on an individual outside of comments concerning social media. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. I will now present to the administration and the assembly a petition to remove Judy Elledge from her appointed position in the library. 3 of those copies need to go to the administration. There's 15 copies. The petition is signed by 1,200...
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
What procedural
Mr. Gray
rule
had
do you
called
believe
Judy
has
Elledge
been
a bully. Had called Judy Elledge a bully.
I didn't. I called it bullying behavior, ma'am.
He's taking personal attacks upon a member of the community and an employee.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Gray.
Yes, ma'am. And if you read the quotes, they're from other people and they're reported. I would never do that. She reminds me of my mother. I love my mother, but she shouldn't be in library administration. Thank you. 1,200 library patrons have signed the petition, many of whom are here tonight. We want to maintain our and our children's freedom to decide for ourselves what to read. We want our library workers treated with respect. We want a library that is welcoming to all, especially our most marginalized groups. Please stand up for freedom, respect, and kindness. Remove Judy Elledge from library leadership. Also, the petition is still open and we welcome additional signers. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your participation.
Madam Chair, I'm in queue for a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. I do want to point out we have 10 minutes left to initial audience participation, so
Thank you.
please be
Mr. Gray,
brief.
do you believe that the books have been censored to the point where they're being removed from the library?
So the reports I've heard was that they've been placed in her office for review, and that there's a specific process for removing books for review, and that the certain books that have been removed are usually of an LGBTQ nature. So I feel like it's my particular group that might be being targeted by having these materials removed.
Thank you. They have not been removed and they will not be removed. They'll
Okay.
be put in a different area, but they will not be removed from the library. Thank you.
If everyone would please stop. Yes, Mr. Constant?
The member from Eagle River is testifying during audience participation. It's out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will remind members to please refrain from doing anything but asking brief, clarifying questions to members of the public during this time. Okay, thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. You will have 3 minutes.
My name is River Remulia. I live in the Sand Lake area, Sand Lake Community Council. First of all, I admire and respect the work that all of you do. Thank you for your service, sincerely. So like I said, my name is River, and I would like to comment on Mayor Bronson's recent nomination of a new library director. But first, a little bit about me. I was born and raised in this city. I attended Ocean View Elementary School. I was an official friend of the library at Golden View Middle School. I even have the card still. As a student at South Anchorage High School, I digitized and managed the archives for the Division of Subsistence at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And as a young gay kid, psychologically tortured by the hate and bigotry directed at me by my peers, the Anchorage community, the public schools, religious leaders, and local and state government, libraries were my refuge. As it turns out, if you spend enough time in libraries, they give you a special little certificate called a doctorate. Mine is in English literature. So please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Dr. Remulia. I have had the extraordinary privilege of living and working all over the world because of my love of literature and libraries. I know a little bit about books. I know a little bit about libraries. I have taught many students, and I am going to teach you all a very hard lesson right now. Friends, Alaskans, patrons of the library, lend me your ears. Are you listening? Let's say you are the person responsible for making decisions about book acquisitions at a library. There are 2 books that patrons would like you to acquire, but the library only has budget enough for one of them. Let's say these books are E.M. Forster's Maurice, it's very gay, or 2020 Nobel Prize winner Louise Gluck. Which would you choose? It's a tough choice, right? Does anybody want to make that choice right now? I'm going to make it a little harder. Both of these books saved my life. You see these tattoos on my wrist? That's proof, okay? That's what those mean to me. Anybody want to make the choice? It's a tough choice, I understand. But your time's up and you failed my quiz. I ask, before you vote to confirm a new library director, could you please make sure that paper copies of all 3 books that I just told you about are in the library? Because they're not. Better yet, could I interview this appointee privately on this body's behalf and furnish you with a robust report about his philosophy and qualifications? I am not joking. Nobody answered, so...
Thank you for your participation. There's a member in the
Who would
queue.
like to clean up my carcass?
A member has a question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying the book Morris isn't in this library?
I'm sorry?
You're saying to me that the book Morris isn't in
Not
this
based on
library?
a quick search of the collections. I asked a reference librarian upstairs and she couldn't find it.
Wow, that's quite amazing. Thank you.
Ms. Allard also has a question for you.
Yes, by all means.
No, I don't. I would just ask if you could pick up your books. Throwing things in the chamber is against our decorum.
That's my carcass. You can put it on
Ms.
that
Allard.
nice fancy conveyor belt right out there.
Thank you, sir, for your participation.
Thank you. Oh, if any of you would like my phone number, I have it on a piece of paper right here. I'll just stick it right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name's Elizabeth Petralzik, and Mr. Weddleton is my representative. I live in Rabbit Creek. I'm a family medicine physician in Anchorage, serving primarily Medicaid and uninsured patients. I take a medication for my arthritis that lowers my ability to fight off infections, so when I was diagnosed with COVID-19 in January, I sought out treatment with monoclonal antibodies. I first attempted to schedule with the Muni site, but was unable to get through on their phone lines to schedule an appointment. I then asked my physician to refer me to WECA. They placed the online referral and specifically asked for me to receive sotrovimab. Upon arrival to the WECA site, I was told that I needed to pay $550 up front for treatment. I paid this with my health savings account credit card and was told that they would bill my insurance as a courtesy and that I would likely receive a refund. I then proceeded upstairs. The woman who started my IV asked me a few screening questions, and then I asked her if they had gotten the request from my doctor to receive sotrovimab. She said no and stated that they usually just give whichever antibody is in use at the time. In the end, she did allow me to select sotrovimab. I received my infusion and I returned home. Recent reports in the news and social media have raised concerns. Many patients have been unable to receive refunds of the $550 fee and can no longer get a hold of anyone at WECA to discuss that. People are unable to obtain any medical records from their visit to use for appeal to their insurance companies when billing is denied. Scott Selman, a double lung transplant patient, was given Evusheld as an IV infusion rather than 2 IM injections. Another patient reports that their uninsured mother was turned away due to not being able to provide the $550 payment at the door. This seems to be just the beginning. On Saturday, I received an insurance statement in the mail stating that I'd been charged an additional $1,200 by an emergency medicine provider named Donald Job. I know that I did not see anyone other than the infusionist during my visit, so I opted to do some research. I looked up his NPI in the national database and found that his practice address was the WECA clinic. His mailing address was a P.O. box in Kentucky, and the Alaska license number attached to that NPI was not found. So I have some questions. One, was there any competent medical oversight for the WECA facility? And that, I mean a physician who can understand the indications and routes of administration of the various FDA-approved treatments and who is keeping up with the changing landscape of the pandemic. If not, how were they permitted to operate as an infusion clinic contracted by the state? How were they able to obtain liability and malpractice insurance? What were all these charges for? From what I can tell now, the facility was rent-free, the utilities were paid, equipment was provided by the state, and the treatments themselves were supplied by the federal government. And the only overhead would have come from paying the receptionist and the infusionist upstairs. My last question had been about Donald Job, but I found out he's an EMT who erroneously put a taxonomy for an emergency medicine physician on his NPI application, misleading me to think he was a physician.
Thank you for your participation. Mr. Constant has a question.
Yeah, there are so many questions here. First, would you describe a little bit about the taxonomy and how that works?
Sure. The taxonomy code that's attached to your National Provider Index number, it basically says what you are, what position you hold. So my taxonomy is for a family medicine physician. The taxonomy code that was attached to Donald Job's NPI number was for an emergency medicine physician.
And how does, I have 2 or 3, and then we'll be brief. How does a medical practitioner get an NPI number? What's the process?
You apply for the NPI number yourself, and you have to go through and make sure all the information is correct. There's a very specific set of rules at the end that tells you that you have to make sure everything that you're submitting is correct before you push that button to get your NPI number, because it's used for billing.
And you have an outstanding bill?
Of $1,200.
Okay, and last question, and I have a lot of questions that have been raised in the last couple of days, but what do you think is the best path going forward in terms of figuring out what's going on here?
I would like to see an investigation into the WECA clinic to make sure they're properly licensed and insured to provide the level of care that was going on there. I want to know if they had proper equipment to store those infusions, to make sure that those were in monitored refrigerators with a central alarm system, as is required for all those types of treatments. I want people to be able to get their medical records so that they know what they were treated with and whether it was properly given to them. And I'd like to know who has the ultimate medical responsibility for this clinic. I want to give people an opportunity to come forward so that they and voice their concerns and some sort of centralized system for them to report that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar?
Madam Chair, point of order.
What is your procedural question? What rule do you believe has been broken?
You had just commented earlier that you were trying to limit our questions, because you did for me, as Mr. Constant, I believe, asked for. We're trying to get on to other members, but yet you favor different ones depending on testimony.
Thank you for that.
And I'm speaking a motive.
You are indeed, Ms. Allard.
I am.
Which is not in
No,
accordance
you already
with
violated decorum, Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, please. You have interrupted multiple times tonight.
No, I called a point of order.
Mr. Constant asked for brief, to-the-point questions, and we are wasting time now. You are out of order. I overrule your motion. I'm asking folks to please be succinct in their questions and...
No, only the people you agree with.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order.
You want to put that in the minutes again?
Yeah, I do. Actually, Madam Clerk, please do note in the minutes that Ms. Allard is making dilatory motions. I would also ask the body to please consider extending initial audience participation for a few minutes. We have a very full agenda, but we also have folks who've been here.
Madam Chair, I was in the queue, but I'm out of it now.
Because you were speaking during the point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask a question, but I also, ironically, partially in honor of Mr. Weddleton, was going to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend public testimony. So let me first ask my question, then I'll make that motion. So have you, and I was briefly distracted, my own fault, so maybe you said this and I missed it. Have you spoken with any state agencies about this or been in contact with anyone from the state? Because it occurs to me that the state does most of the enforcement when it comes to issues of health insurance in this state.
I have. I reported to CMS that there was someone with an NPI number listed as a physician who was not a physician. I reported to the Alaska State Licensing Agency that same information, and I have also spoken to an FBI investigator about insurance fraud.
Okay, very good. And, as those investigations proceed, I hope you find a way to let us know. And I'm sure you will. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend suspend the rules and extend public testimony by 15 minutes.
Second.
A motion to extend public testimony has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded, or initial audience participation, suspend the rules and extend initial audience participation by 15 minutes, and has been seconded by Mr. Weddleton, seeking unanimous consent.
Nope.
Okay, we will do a vote.
Speak to it.
Mr. Constant on the motion.
Yeah, thank you. We have a vastly packed agenda tonight that includes an election certification, swearing in of new members, the entire budget process, and the beginnings of a conversation of the funding of the Navigation Center. And the agenda that we have tonight exceeds the time that we have available. We've already scheduled a special meeting, and we need to get to the business.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are you in the queue on the motion? Or
could I speak to my own motion, Madam Chair? Just very briefly.
Go ahead.
I do think this is an unusual set of circumstances. I imagine there are a couple people who want to speak to the election certification, which is not a public hearing item. I also don't believe we will even start the discussion about the Navigation Center tonight. But my commitment is that we will change the order of the day and we will get through the budget, because you're right, Mr. Constant, that is our must-pass item tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, are you in the queue on this motion now? Okay, seeing no other members in the queue on the motion, members may proceed to vote to suspend the rules and extend audience participation by 15 minutes. The motion passes 7-3, or fails 7-3. It requires 8 votes. Okay. Audience participation per code, unless extended, ends at 6 p.m. So that part of the meeting has been concluded.
Ms. LaFrance, excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair. I actually had a question for the prior speaker. Is it okay for me to ask that question?
Is the prior speaker still here?
Oh, she left. Oh. Okay.
And I also want to remind folks too that audience participation is scheduled for the end of the meeting as well.
Thanks, ma'am, for coming back briefly. I was just wondering, I've been hearing murmurs in the community that WICA was doing ineffective treatments on patients. What are your thoughts on that? Is that true, untrue? Do you know?
I honestly don't know if that's true. What I do know is that in January, when the Omicron variant was moving through, We were very aware that sotrovimab was the only effective monoclonal antibody for that specific virus, which is why my doctor had requested it. I was under the impression that the other people who were there while I was there were not getting it. And I don't know what the remainder of January looked like because, again, no one can get their records to find out what they were infused with.
Yeah, it's such a hard thing to figure out since we don't know what people, individuals had. Anyway, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
We've been hearing a lot of complaints, so I appreciate you bringing this to light in the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you for your participation.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Actually, Mayor Bronson, we will take up personal privileges later in the meeting. We have a full agenda, and I am expecting a motion to change the order of the day.
Move to change the order of the day to take up item, I believe it's 12A, 12B, and 12C.
Second. So a motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar to change the order of the day to take up items 12A, 12B, and 12C. Next, it has been seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Did you want to speak to that motion, Mr. Dunbar?
Only to say this is one of our must-pass items, and I think we should, I know there's some family members here too for people who are being sworn in, so I think it makes sense to take it up now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I think that it's fine to take them up, but I would recommend that we take them up after we pull items and pass the consent agenda. It's another 5 minutes, maybe 10, get the list of items so we have set out the agenda for the night.
I can speak to the reason for why it was recommended to take up certification now. We will be swearing in 2 new members, and 2 members are leaving, and it seemed cleaner to me to treat the consent agenda as a whole, and that if we go down the dais, folks here who pull off items may not be here to vote on it, and those people voting on the remaining items will not have had the opportunity to pull items off of the consent agenda. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day. The motion passes 10-0. We will now take up item 12A, certification of the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. We now have before us AM 252-2022 from Municipal Clerk's Office and the MOA Elections Team, subject certification of the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ma'am, you are out of order. Please refrain from shouting. This is a warning. Ma'am, you are creating an actual disturbance of the meeting. Security, please escort her out, please. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 252-2022.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant. What is your procedural question?
I believe that before we take this vote, it's usual and customary to take just a few minutes to say thank you to members of the body who are no longer going to be on the body. So I would ask the clerk through the chair to withdraw the vote at this time and allow us to proceed through that process.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I concur. Do you want to go down
Madam Chair, I'll remove my motion.
You can leave the motion on the table, and thank you, Mr. Peterson, but this is the time when we make such remarks, as Mr. Constant said, prior to when we vote. But thank you. So we'll start with Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had the opportunity the last meeting to make some remarks and give warm wishes and send off to Ms. Kennedy if you didn't tune in for that meeting because we knew she wasn't going to be here today. However, we have Mr. Weddleton. And I've gotten the opportunity to know Mr. Weddleton for the last 2 years that we've had the opportunity to serve together. And I have to say, I've learned so much. And I guess I'm going to say, I'm going to kind of throw a little decorum out the window here. Hopefully the chair won't get mad. But John, it's been a pleasure. I have learned how to speak AMATs, how to get into the weeds with a fellow technician. I have really appreciated your attention to detail, the way in which you are just so masterful at taking in large amounts of information and distilling it down and making sure we don't miss a detail. I believe you caught an error of mine just the other day. So thank you. It's been such a privilege, and I'll miss serving with you on this body and getting to work with you nearly every day.
Mr. France, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thank you for your tremendous service, not just to this body, but to our community. It has been a pleasure and an honor to work with you these last 5 years to represent District 6. I've seen firsthand your unwavering commitment to helping all residents within our municipality. The late night emails, the many, many community council and other meetings, your eagerness to connect people with process and to engage with everyone and anyone, and to bring people of diverse backgrounds together to solve problems, to focus on local issues that affect our everyday lives, because that's why we're here. When I first got in the body, like any new member, a lot of time was spent in meetings with department heads and members of the administration to learn more about our local government processes. And there was a conversation where I remarked to a director on how much you knew about land use, planning, public process, traffic calming. And the Muni individual was quick to say, "Don't compare yourself to John, he's not normal." He further qualified that to say, Assembly members don't typically know that much coming in, but I would say you're not normal, John. You're an exemplary public servant. And frankly, your shoes are unfillable. For anyone who doubts that statement, just look at item 13B. There are 42 amendments from John. Yeah, I wept a little when I heard that too, until I was told that they've actually been worked into an omnibus amendment. Thank you, John, for your service and for your help. I too have learned so much from you, for your commitment to the people of the municipality and for always taking the high road and looking for compromise. You will be greatly missed. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John, for your service. You have this amazing ability to not take things too seriously while taking things seriously. And I really appreciate that. It's fun to work with you. You always like learning new things. You're curious, and you're just a good person. And there will be a hole on this body without you here. So thank you for everything. Forrest and Suzanne and I and others too wanted to present this to you. The Assembly Member John Wettleton, we present to you the John Wettleton, a rezone is just a rezone award. We can thank Suzanne for that title. For your unwavering, or maybe that was Forrest actually, unwavering commitment to educating our community about the public process. We will miss your meticulous nature, incredible work ethic, and kind approach to everything you do. We can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And I just want to note that there were several members who mentioned the rezone is just a rezone, so you have a legacy for sure in that. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
We should have had you guys go last. Well, I don't have much to add. I wanted to thank you so much, John, for your work. And I was saying to friends recently what an amazing loss to the city you moving off this body is going to be. So thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Yep, you're next, Mr. Dunbar.
Yes. Yeah, we tried to work it out, so me and Austin were back-to-back, but I wasn't quick enough on the draw. John, I just want to say, well, I remember the first time I heard your name, actually. It was from a mutual friend of ours in 2015 talking about who was going to run for the different seats because I was running for East Anchorage. And they said, yeah, the owner of Bosco's Comics is going to run in South Anchorage. And I was like, well, I love Bosco's Comics. You know, I've been going there since I was a kid, but do you think people are going to vote for a comic book shop owner? That seems a little far-fetched. And he's like, well, no, you understand. This guy's legit. He was on community council. He was a leader in Halo. He was on planning and zoning. Not that there's anything wrong with being a comic book shop owner, but he's a lot more than just that. You know, he is this incredible leader in the community. And then, of course, getting to know you over the last 6 years, that's exactly what you are. And just seeing the depth of knowledge, the precision with which you work. You also are so thoughtful. You provide people little gifts all the time. People don't know that. You give us little things of jelly or jam with our pictures on them. You gave me one that had, I think it was Galactus on it at one point, who was a supervillain, so I'm not sure what you're trying to say about that. You were comparing us all to superheroes and supervillains. At one point, I compared you to Steph Curry, and if you know me, that's about the highest praise I can give to anyone, because he's my favorite athlete by far. But you were the Steph Curry of the Assembly, because you were so dang good at this job. And that was early on. That was probably 2 years in, you know, and you've only proven yourself even more so in the intervening years. I'll just close by saying, well, two things. One, I gave you a Batman, and it was supposed to hold the plaque, but the plaque ended up being too large. And I know you're actually more of a Spider-Man fan, but hopefully you like Batman too. It's not just your work ethic and your precision. You also are a kind person. You have such a full life, and you said that to the newspaper recently. That you have Ronnie and your kids, and Ronnie, it's been such a pleasure to get to know you too. Although I have gained probably 6 pounds from your brownies, I think. So, no, you do have this tremendous life, and you're going to have a tremendous impact on our community, and you run the best comic shop in Anchorage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So my first impression working with you, John, was with the Youth Advisory Commission and the Youth Assembly Rep. And in this particular issue, I remember that we were on opposing sides. And it was at that time that I learned that it is damn hard to argue against you sometimes. You come at this with such curiosity, such knowledge, and you bring all that to bear to the table to represent your constituents and to try to better the work product. I mean, that was so much of the work that you did, was even if you disagreed with something, you tried to make it better. And then, of course, we are ending our work together, working endless hours together on the facilitated process. And through all of that, I've learned that you're detail-oriented, you are amendment-oriented, and outside of the line, a rezone is just a rezone, you know, one of the questions that I heard you ask so many individuals who came up to testify, who had questions about things, was, do you attend your community council? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And some of you may not be surprised to know that I probably have known John longer than anyone else on this body. I first met John at a community council meeting, surprise, surprise, when I was still living in South Anchorage, and that's going on 20 years ago. And he was, I believe there were 6 people at that community council meeting that night, but we continued having 5 or 6 members of the community at that community council for years until I think eventually merged with another community council. But I remember an incident, and you may not remember this. I was actually waving signs for a campaign I was running, and it was like 6:30 or 7 in the morning, and it had snowed about a foot the night before, and the winds were about 20 miles an hour, and I was standing out there waving signs by myself. You saw that, pulled over and grabbed one of my signs and waved for, I don't know, however long it was until you eventually had to leave to go to work. But that was something that I'll never forget, and I'll always appreciate you for. And the work that you've done on the Community and Economic Development Committee has been nothing short of amazing. That is a very difficult committee to be the chair of, and it meets twice a month normally for an hour and a half at a time, so it meets more often and longer than the other committees. And we've made great progress on that committee, and the person who's going to be taking over that chair, whoever it is, has got an impossible job to try to match the good work that you've done. Anyway, and great to see Ronnie here tonight as well. And by the way, I still have a little bit of jam left that I put on toast once in a while. So I'll remember you with the jam. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Boy, John, there are some things I'm afraid of now for the body and for the city, because there is nobody who is on this body or is coming on this body who is a master of Title 21. And so we're in a real deficit now, and I am a bit afraid. Because as you know, many people don't realize, but that is the section of the code that brings the people out the most. It is the trigger for more civic engagement than just about any other item of the code. And so to be a master of that arcane art is an exceptional thing, and we're at a loss. And I've said this before, and I'll say this again, we don't agree on a lot of things. And the one thing that we agree upon is the process by which we get to a decision. And that, for some people, is the hardest part, is to figure out how to make a decision in a collective group that is the benefit of the majority. And so I have learned that with you, and I have grown greatly from being in your presence. And so I thank you. And I appreciate your vision for the downtown, that it is not gritty. That's vision. And between where we are and where you see, that is where our journey is in the next few years. And I appreciate all of that work. And I also have a small gift that I'll pass down the dais, and you've been immortalized by Lee Post. So, and thank you for your service to this town. It will be an enduring gift.
Well, I suppose it's my turn. You know, it has, it's been an amazing adventure, and I've learned so much from all of you, and the assembly members, and also the staff, administration, and, you know, and the ones before, I mean, you know, Fred Dyson and Elvie, and, you know, Fred Dyson, I mean, just incredible. The people who get in these seats are just amazing. I mean, whatever you think of it, it is a very special group, and the job up here, the duty we have, the burdens we carry, you can't understand until you sit in one of these seats. And you should always remember that. You know, I will. I won't go far. I don't do this stuff because I'm on the assembly. I'm on the assembly because I do this stuff. As soon as we're done, I'll be in those seats because I have some things to testify on. I hear there's some amendments I want to support for the budget and for the downtown plan, and a few other things, because that's what I do. So you'll be seeing a lot of me. I will continue to, I mean, this work we're doing on the homeless is absolutely amazing. It is going to transform the city. It's this body, it's the administration, and you know, I've been real active on that for 10 months, and I won't let that go. I will be at road planning meetings. Katie Nolan already got me on the board of HALO again, so, you know, it won't end. I'll just be down there a little bit more. So, but thank you. It has been an incredible adventure. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no... Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 252-2022. The motion passes 10-0. So next we have item 12B, oath of office. Before we move on to that, I do want to note that there are Spider-Man cupcakes in the lobby.
If people haven't been watching for 6 years, there's always an action figure here. Occasionally there was a dumpster on fire, but...
And if the newly elected members would please come down to the podium. Ms. Jones will be administering the oath of office.
Where's Chris? Come here, Turbo.
Are we ready?
Come on, Chatter Monkey.
Does everybody have all their people here and we're ready to do photos? All right. So this is a repeat after me. Jamie Hines and Jennifer Clausen, our deputy clerks, are going to help administer the oath and sign quickly and get this dispatched. And so to start, let's raise our right hands, please. And repeat after us. I solemnly swear or affirm.
I solemnly swear and affirm
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States.
That I will uphold the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the State of Alaska.
the Constitution of the State of Alaska.
And the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage.
And the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage.
And that I will faithfully perform.
And I will faithfully perform
the duties of Assembly member.
The duties of Assembly member.
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where is she? Oh, there she is.
So earlier I had indicated we were going to take a break after the oath of office, and actually I will ask the vice chair for a motion so that we can take up one final item before we take a break. And the reason for the break is there's a member who's been sworn in remotely, and that's something that needs to be taken up by the clerk's office to make sure everything is done, and also to get the new folks loaded into OnBase. But Mr. Constant?
Thank you. We have one individual in the room who is no stranger to the public process and has had to spend many, many, many long nights here. And I actually am not worried about keeping him any longer, but he brought his family tonight, and I don't want to keep them. So for that purpose, I would ask that we change the order of the day to take up item 10A6 now.
Second.
Move to change the order of the day by Mr. Constant to take up item 10A6 now, seconded by Mr. Peterson and a few other folks. Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day to take up this item now? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day has been changed, and we will take up item 10A6. We now have before us item 10A6, resolution number AR 2022-141, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jack L. Frost for his 48 years of dedicated public service. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is passed unanimously. Who is reading? Mr. Peterson is reading.
I'm presenting, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Quinn Davidson is presenting. And if Mr. Frost and his family could please come forward to the podium.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jack L. Frost for his 48 years of dedicated public service. Whereas Jack L. Frost joined the municipality of Anchorage on November 10th, 1994, and will retire May 1st, 2022, completing a 48-year public service career in law enforcement and code enforcement, retiring as the first chief code enforcement for the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas Jack completed his distinguished 20-year career in the United States Army Military Police Corps, retiring as a senior non-commissioned officer and receiving numerous awards, recognitions, and certifications, including Military Police, CID, Airborne, Air Assault, and Distinguished Honor Graduate of the U.S. Army Drill Sergeant Academy. And whereas Jack has worked tirelessly in serving the people of Anchorage with respect and dedication, striving to improve the quality of life in our community through code enforcement with patience and empathy, establishing and implementing code enforcement mantras of inform, educate, enforce. And whereas fellow officers, supervisors, and constituents have described Jack as a consummate professional and team builder who appreciates the respect and broad cultural diversity of our community, and who factors a workplace culture that is mindful and underrepresented community members, and that ensures respect, equity, equality, and diversity in the provision of municipal services. And whereas Jack has devoted his entire adult life to public service with the unwavering love and support of his family, including his wife, Louise Frost, and his children, Rebecca, Paige, and Emma, who sacrificed with him and supported him in his life of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the United States of America. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Jack L. Frost for his 48 years of dedicated and honorable public service to the municipality of Anchorage and to the United States of America. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April, 2022.
Mayor Bronson, it's been an honor to serve, but this is a team recognition. I want to talk about our code enforcement team and our development services department. The public service that these people do every day is just amazing, and it couldn't be done without your support. This is the 8th administration now that I've been a part of, and none of it happens without the members of the community. So through everybody in the team process, we've made it work, and I want to just thank everyone for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Mr. Constant is in the queue.
So, Jack, there's one terrible thing about this resolution. It names the date you're retiring on, which means you're not yet retired, which means I need to have a talk. There's so many things to download before you go. The problem with being the guy who gets the job done is that everybody calls you. And I called you so many times over the last 5 years, I can't even count them. And I could always depend on getting an answer or be directed to the right place and the problem got solved. And so that should be the gift that we'll remember you by, is that you were the guy we needed to call when we had to get the job done.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to repeat everything Chris just said, but I basically want to reaffirm it. You have been so helpful to the people of East Anchorage, Jack, and I don't know what I'm going to have to find someone else to email, just like Chris said, and to bother, and you were so responsive. And it's one of these things that before I got on the Assembly, I didn't fully appreciate the degree to which constituents care about your role specifically and the people that you deploy specifically. And so, again, thank you so much for your service to this city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I just want to echo everything that Chris and Forrest said. And I had the opportunity to work with you during COVID, which was even more complex and constantly changing. And you were up for the challenge and always treated those you worked with respect. And just want to thank you for a very well done job.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I remember when I worked in the mayor's office, we would talk pretty much every day, right?
Right.
And when I first got on, when I would call you about issues, you would be like, oh, you must be new because this has been an issue that's been going for a decade or more. So we are definitely going to miss your knowledge, Jack. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Frost, for your service and your help, and good luck and congratulations. We wish you well.
Okay. Thank you.
And with that, we will go ahead and take a 20 to 30 minute break. Another minute or so. I want to note that we have been joined by new Assembly members, Mr. Cross and Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz coordinated with the clerk's office and was sworn in remotely and is joining us telephonically. Welcome to you both. Congratulations. We will now move on to item 12C, Assembly Reorganization. Is there a motion? Yep. Seeing no motion, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. We will actually now take up the consent agenda, but I'm going to pause for a moment to make sure that the changes that were implemented to ensure that the new members are in the system are up and working. So we need a few minutes here just to resolve this technical issue.
To resolve this technical issue, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, in a reference to Mr. Gray's testimony a while ago, there were some pretty disparaging remarks made towards a municipal employee, not unlike the clerk, not unlike us. She's an employee of mine, and you said that that was allowed because it was the right of free speech. If that's a change in the rules of decorum here tonight, going forward, you let that go for nearly 2 minutes. Finally, Jamie Allard had to step in and interrupt that process. And I just need you to know here, Judy's been doing an exceptional job for 8 months under very trying conditions. She's a 75-year-old woman, and she's got a lot of employees who actively work against her. We don't know if that's even legal, what they're doing. I appreciate Judy's service more than you can imagine. I've known her for 25 years. She is certainly energetic and outspoken, but she's a dedicated employee. She's doing a great job, and she continues to have my undying and unquestioned support. So to the request made to the petition, based on the way it was delivered by Mr. Gray, I won't dignify it by even reading it. My staff will. And just so you know, when she received that treatment, you need to understand the perspective that I have. And I would like an answer actually to the question. If someone stood up at the podium and attacked your clerk that way, would you have allowed it to continue? And we know over the last 2 years you wouldn't have. So somehow there's a change of rules here. So if it's free game in public testimony at the podium to attack an employee of the municipality, just say so. Or I would like a public apology from you for allowing that to happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. This is not a debate, and there is no motion on the floor, so I will suffice it to say that my position has been mischaracterized, and I did not say that. We will now proceed to the consent agenda, though I see we have 2 members. Do we have any members in the queue, or did... Yes. We are still resolving a technical issue.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. To the point that was made by the mayor, the proper action at the time when there is a belief that something is out of order is to make a point of order, which the member from Eagle River did. The chair made a decision on the point of order that was made. The decision overruled the member. Any member at that time, including the mayor acting as a member in his authority under the charter to do so, could have made a motion to overrule the ruling of the chair, at which time the question would have been put to the body being the judge of the question, not the mayor.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege again.
No, Mr. Mayor, no, we are not doing more points of personal privilege. This is not a debate. We are here for a business meeting. You have had your point.
Is the technical issue solved yet, or are we just running out of time, or what's the issue? I'm trying to do this so we stay within the constraints of time.
Mr. Mayor, we are dealing with the technical issue. That is correct. I said I am going to read the part about the consent agenda, and we can begin that. So thank you for your moment of personal privilege. While the technical issue is being resolved, I will go through the consent agenda narrative. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for a public hearing on a future date. And I want to note to the members that we had, I believe, 22 items on the addendum. Many of those are consent agenda items, and just wanted to call attention to those for everybody. Can we start with?
You can go ahead and pull items
Okay.
that were not fixed yet.
So now we're going to go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. I will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item DA2. Oh, did I say D?
10?
I'm sorry, 10A2. Thank you.
10A2. Anything else?
No, that's it. I can't read my own handwriting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 10E5 and 10B3, please.
10 Alpha 5 and 10 Bravo 3. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you say alpha 5? Actually, E.
Oh, E.
E5. Sorry
Oh, were
about that.
both of those E as in echo?
No, 10E5 and 10B3, as in Bravo.
10B3 as in Bravo and 10E5 go. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Delta 19 and the unnumbered, I assume this is going to be pulled anyway, but the unnumbered Navigation Center AR.
Yes, let me pull the list to find what number that is.
10 Bravo 2, Madam Chair.
10 Bravo 2. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
Okay, so 10 Bravo 2 and 10 Delta 19 for Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A5. Thank you.
10 Alpha 5. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I'm about to pull a stack of items, but not for the purposes of discussion, for the purposes of postponing them to the meeting of the 10th. These are items that were put on the addendum, and because of the timelines of the process, things didn't get to us in a manner that allowed us to have meaningful time to review them. And so know that I'm not intending to have a debate on all these items, but I'm going to pull a stack, again, with the intent to postpone them to another day. So that's 10 Delta, 13, 14, 15, 17, 19 was already pulled, 20 and 21. So that's 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 20, and 21 on the 10 deltas. Then 10E, it's 3, 4, and 5, which 5 was already pulled. And then F, it would be 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So again, the intent of all those is just to set them for the next meeting. I'm hoping to work out a deal with the clerk where we can find a way to put them back in the 10 section, but I don't know that that's feasible, so that we can run them on the consent agenda instead of having to have individual debates on each item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. To go through that list again, we've got 10 Delta, 13, 14, and 15, 17, 19, which was also pulled by Mr. Dunbar, and then 20 and 21. Then under 10 Echo, 3, 4, and 5 was also pulled by Ms. Quinn Davidson. And then under 10F, Foxtrot, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar, are you in the queue? Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross, are there any items you'd like to pull off the consent agenda?
It's just this one. Yeah, there we go. Showing the button.
Through the chair? No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My 2 items have already been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
I believe 10A4 was already pulled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
10A4.
Did you say 10 Alpha 4? That item actually has not been pulled.
I'll go ahead and pull it then, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Solt, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no items to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. I will go through the list. Items to be pulled under 10A Alpha, 10A2 by Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10A4 by Ms. Allard, 10A5 by Ms. Zalatel. Under 10B Bravo, 10B2 by Mr. Dunbar, and can't read my writing here, 10B3 by Ms. Quinn Davidson. And then under 10D Delta, 13, 14, 15, 17, 20, and 21 by Mr. Constant, and then number 19, 10D19 by both Mr. Constant and Mr. Dunbar. Under 10E Echo, 10E 3, 4, and 5 by Mr. Constant, also 10E5 by Ms. Quinn Davidson, and then 10F 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 by Mr. Constant. Are there any other items members wish to pull? Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any opposition to the motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items, seeking unanimous consent? Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through the consent agenda and take up the items that were pulled. Mr. Constant, you are in the queue.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion to postpone everything that I noted except for 19 and 10D19 and 10E5, which have been pulled by other members. So the motion would be to postpone to the meeting of the 10th items 10D, 13, 14, 15, 17, 20, 21, 10E, 3 and 4, and 10F, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant, on your motion?
Yeah, thank you. As previously stated, the purpose of this is to move these items to a meeting that isn't quite as full as this one because our clerk staff didn't have the chance to process them and get them to us in a timely manner because there was so much to do and we only had them from Monday forward. And so that's yesterday and we need time to review these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski for the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Constant, a number of these items are items that are related to construction projects or projects that are ongoing. Is it possible at all to postpone your motion so I have a chance to talk to some of these directors? I'm a little nervous, especially with the risk contract, some of the port issues, that a 2-week delay may actually be significant problems for some of these departments.
I wouldn't have a problem if we delayed, just have the motion on the floor and come back to it after a review and amend the motion.
Okay, I'm just going to sidebar with some of the directors.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. We will then go ahead to take up item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-127, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 5, 2022 as a National Day of Prayer and designating May 5 as a Municipality of Anchorage Day of Prayer.
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Mr. Perez-Verdia, I understand you were reading.
Sure.
And who is presenting? And do we have some?
No, the faith leaders have left as the argument of discrimination happened earlier today. They are not in the room to accept.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. if you want to go ahead and start
Sure.
reading.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 5th, 2022 as the National Day of Prayer and designating May 5th as a Municipality of Anchorage Day of Prayer. Whereas National Day of Prayer is an annual observance day when Americans are encouraged to give thanks, meditate peacefully, or take time out of the day to visit their church, synagogue, temple, shrine, in nature, or mosque, and to pray according to one's personal practice. And whereas every year the National Day of Prayer calls on millions of Americans of different faiths across the United States to be unified in public prayer to pray for the nation and its leaders. And whereas the National Day of Prayer was established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1952 signed by President Truman, then amended in 1988 to permanently set the first Thursday in May as National Day of Prayer, signed by President Reagan and having been proclaimed by the President every year since. And whereas the National Day of Prayer belongs to all Americans and every American can observe in their own way, expressing unity, love, and respect for each other. And whereas in Anchorage, many individuals, institutions, and religious groups pray for Anchorage daily and will celebrate the National Day of Prayer. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes May 5th, 2022 as the Municipal Day of Prayer and the National Day of Prayer and encourages the people of the Municipality of Anchorage to join their community and express thanks and to pray for their community, leaders, and nation. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April, 2022.
Next, we have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-129, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Military Child Appreciation Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar, did you second? Okay, thank you. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution is approved. I understand, Mr. Dunbar, you are reading, Ms. Allard, you are presenting, and do we have folks
No,
here?
Madam Chair, we do not.
To accept, okay.
I'm glad you reminded me, Madam Chair. I just found this. Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Military Child Appreciation Month. Is it? I'm going to turn off all of your mics again if this happens. Whereas the Municipality of Anchorage is home to a large military community with families and children from all over the country, and we welcome them and appreciate them in our community while they are with us. And whereas with its creation in 1986, April was designated as Month of the Military Child to recognize children who have parents serving in the military and for their sacrifice and bravery on the home front. And whereas military children play an important role in the military community, military children travel the world with their parents, learning from new adventures. They are called upon to endure the difficulty of separations and relocations and demonstrate an inspiring resiliency beyond their years. And whereas purple combines the colors of the military branches into one and is the color of Military Child Month, we invite you to purple up to celebrate the military child. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates April as the month of the military child, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April, 2022.
Next, we have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2022-140, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution is approved. Mr. Rivera, I understand you are reading and Ms. Zalatel is presenting, and do we have folks here to accept?
Yep.
If so, please come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2022 as American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas 38,000 persons who trace their roots to Asia and the Pacific Islands make their home in Anchorage, constituting a vital part of Anchorage's diverse ethnic and social fabric, whose languages, cultures, and religious beliefs enrich our community in countless ways. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders' love of family, community, and hard work embody the founding principles of our city, state, and nation, with Asian Americans and Pacific Islander entrepreneurs strengthening our economy and community through hard work, dedication, and ingenuity. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Asian American and Pacific Islander history and culture, and the importance of education, history, and ethnicity in creating role models and establishing a proud cultural identity. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have a long tradition of military and public service, with many serving as public employees and first responders in Anchorage, and many serving or having served in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas the Korean American community of Anchorage, Inc. will be hosting their 2022 Scholarship Day on May 6th at 5:30 in the Lusac Library, and a free legal services for seniors clinic with Alaska Legal Service Corporation on May 10th, 3 to 4 p.m. at 3630 Jewel Lake Road, providing bilingual Korean-English legal services for seniors. And whereas the Polynesian Association of Alaska and Korean American Community of Anchorage, Inc. will be hosting an Asian and Pacific Island Cultural Flag Day celebration at Delaney Park Strip on Saturday, May 28th to commemorate the arrival of the first Japanese to this nation on May 7th, 1843, the Chinese workers who built the Transcontinental Railroad completed on May 10th, 1869, and the first raising of the American flag over Tutuila Island on American Samoa on April 17th, 1900. Now, therefore, in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of Anchorage's Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, past, present, and future, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April 2022.
Welcome, and could you make sure the microphone is on there? There you go.
Hi, I'm Lucy Hanson, the CEO for Polynesian Association of Alaska, and I just want to take this moment to say Fa'afetai and thank you to all the members of the Assembly for agreeing and pass this resolution to accept May 28 for our Asian and Pacific Islander culture event. And we hope that you, all of you, will come and join us at the Delaney Park Strip. And it's open and it's free for everyone. Thank you. Jean.
Thank you. I am grateful for your support and recognition of the contributions by the AAPI community. We've been here for decades, and I truly believe that we have served as part of the foundation for our city's well-being. I am happy to also acknowledge that our unity in the city has been building up, and actually a positive sign of that is that everywhere you look around, there are many events going around. People are networking, people are reaching out to each other, getting things done, and in fact, I'm also very thankful for recognizing the Scholarship Day, which has been happening annually for the past 19 years. This year, it will be the 20th year for giving out scholarships to all the Anchorage School District graduates without any form of discrimination. A lot of times students shy away because when they see Korean American, they thought they had to be Korean American, but it had never been, it had been offered to anybody who were graduating who met the criteria. And also, I send out invitations to everybody or the assembly members, so I hope you can join. I know some of you already responded, and we are very much looking forward to it. And I'm also proud to say that while it's open to all the students in the school district, the funding solely comes from the Korean community. Each year, small business owners, churches, civic organizations, they donate. We have been able to distribute anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 annually. And so thus far, we had distributed over $3 So thank you for supporting our work, and thank you for your recognition and acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next two items that were pulled, 10 Bravo 2 and 10 Bravo 3, were items during the late on the table procedure where the ruling was already, I already had a conflict. May I be excused?
Yes, you are excused, Ms. Zalatel. Next, we have before us item 10B2, resolution number AR 2022 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor's Office regarding the proposed navigation center and low barrier shelter at Tudor and Elmore, and time limiting the proposal. This is an item that was laid on the table earlier in the meeting. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, I think probably the cleanest way is to change the order of the day to take this up before item 14R. That way when those items get postponed, they're kept together. Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Actually, Mr. Dunbar, you had pulled this item.
I was the person who pulled that,
Yep,
yeah.
sorry about that. Yep, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
My proposal, Felix, was just to postpone it, make a motion to postpone until Thursday.
I'm fine with that, just as long as looking to the chair and to the clerk that we can make sure to keep those items together on the agenda for Thursday.
Well, yeah. Well, if the meeting on Thursday is limited to just that topic, then there should only be the two items on the agenda.
Yeah, it's whatever is must pass that we don't get to tonight, we'll convert to that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. The intent for Thursday is to focus on the navigation center. We'll see how far we get tonight, but in the instance that we have something time sensitive that we have to take up, we may take it up Thursday if we need to. But I understand that direction needs to be given to the clerk to move this item to the agenda for Thursday's special meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the motion to postpone,
I move to postpone until the special meeting of Thursday, the 28th.
Second.
move to postpone to the meeting of Thursday, April 28th by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10B2 to the special meeting of April 28, 2022.
Mr. Solt, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10B2 passes 10-0. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2022 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly invoking Anchorage Municipal Code section 7.20.090A.3 to temporarily suspend formal procurement rules in order to timely provide permanent, supportive, and workforce housing as part of the exit from mass care. This was also an item that was laid on the table earlier in the meeting. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I substantively support this and certainly support the overall goal. My issue is that it was laid on the table and I just don't know anything about it. So I don't know where the site is. And again, I feel like a broken record, but I would like to remind the members who are part of the facilitated process that we are not at that table with you, so we don't have all of these details, and to have something presented to us, I know things are moving quickly, but to have something laid on the table about a critical piece that we don't know about is challenging. So please, please work to communicate with us in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thanks. My apologies if communications hadn't gone into in advance. I had asked folks to do that. So if that didn't happen, my bad. I'd like to see if Mr. Dole could come up and speak to this item.
Through the chair, this item is an item that just as during the disaster, when there was a disaster declaration, emergency procurements were done. This is one initiated using the Assembly's authority to do so. It is for a temporary use of this facility to facilitate the ongoing rehousing efforts that ACEH is leading in conjunction with HUD technical assistance that is in town. By doing it at this facility at this time, it helps continue the process towards a potential purchase of it. Right now, we do not have a purchase sale agreement. Time and price are the two uncertain things, and they hinge on utilization. They can't afford to go dark in tourist season if during the due diligence season, and we do due diligence period, and we need a period of time to make sure we want to proceed with this. By doing this procurement, it provides the owner an income stream. Otherwise, we're potentially looking at a substantially higher price or not having it till after tourist season if we choose to proceed on this property. However, if you choose to approve this tonight, it does not mean that we are automatically purchasing it. It just means that the housing efforts can continue. We can continue taking pressure off the Sullivan, utilizing it and facilitating on ongoing negotiations to lock down those last details.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dole, for giving us that overview. And I guess just to reiterate points that I made when we were deliberating, laying this on the table, this is 130 units of transitional housing, which we know are in dire need, and they also have a temporary nature to them. So this all goes towards this effort, these parallel paths that are working, Mass Care Exit, and then the work the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness is doing. And we will make sure in the future, and I think I alluded to Thursday, you're probably going to get something else like this, that all members have communications before the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and the one question I didn't hear answered for you was the location, and that's the guest house, and that's the corner of 5th and Cordova. And it's a facility that's been in use for these purposes for 2 years. It's just being transformed into a more permanent housing solution rather than a non-congregate shelter environment that has more transients to it. And so the neighborhoods have not risen up in concern. I've been briefing them on this conversion for a while. I'm not in the facilitated group, but I have been hearing about it because it's in the neighborhood. So I just want you to know the location is in fact one that we've been using. It's just transformation of that site into a more functional opportunity for the district and for the homeless population in town.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Oh, did Mr. Cross drop out of the queue? I saw his name above mine.
He did. Was that intentional?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Constance answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that, Mr. Dole. Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant, for those follow-ups. It's just helpful for us, constituents ask us, right, what's happening with the Barrett? What happened with permanent supportive housing? Where is that headed? And so it's just good for us to have frequent updates. And would this site then take the place of the permanent supportive housing element that was originally intended at the Barrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it would take place of that site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amount comes close to exhausting the money we had set aside for this purpose in the $6 million initial set aside. Is that right? So when it comes to purchasing, well, we had set aside about that much for the Barrett. This is, I think, more than that even. So for the remaining price to purchase the facility, is that going to come from philanthropy? Is that the thinking? Or are we expected to kick in more in a few months?
May I? Thank you, Madam Chair. So, apologies, I meant to respond to that point earlier. So this $2.8 million is actually just, we're shuffling monies. So this $2.8 million existed with the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. It was part of the ERA funds, Emergency Rental Assistance Funds. They used as much as they could, but they had leftover funds. So we're taking those funds back from the Housing Finance Corporation and then putting them out to bid doing a sole source with 99+1, so it's not part of any of the other funds that we've appropriated.
So the funding that we had set aside for the Barrett is still there?
I'm going to look to, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I will go next to Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand that the allocation of these funds is not a commitment to, are we purchasing this building? Is these funds the transition funds that we need to sort of get from point A to point B, and then there's going to be another conversation as to whether to purchase and all of that?
May I, Madam Chair? Thanks. These funds are simply for the transitional use. So for the next, basically throughout the summer, using this as transitional housing units. The funds to purchase, that is part of the a private transaction between a private nonprofit entity and the hotel owner, and part of those funds were already sent to the Alaska Community Foundation. And so as far as I know, we don't need to have another reappropriation of those funds here at the body.
Thank you. And just one other, I guess, more comment than anything else. The original design had this in Spenard, and there was an indication that sort of general area was where we were trying to locate this. And I guess and this is probably a question for later, but I want to be able to answer this for my constituents, that it ended up downtown, which was a conversation of we were trying to spread the services throughout Anchorage. And so at some point I'd like some clarity as to why we didn't end up putting it in that area and why we went back downtown, which we've heard over and over has a disproportionate amount of these kinds of services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So I will go next to Ms. Allard, then Mr. Cross, then Mr. Solt, and then back to Mr. Constant. Ms.
Thank you.
Allard?
It looks like, Felix, you're answering all the questions. So I'm made aware of this before this came down the pipeline to be presented to all of this. So we're suspending rental assistance that was given to community members in regards to being out of work and they couldn't cover their rents, to now we're providing this money to the homeless. And we're declaring this emergency because if we don't have the funds to fund it. So we bought a property that we can't proceed on.
Thanks for that. May I, Madam Chair? Great. So happy to provide some clarification. So first is this particular section of Anchorage Municipal Code 7.20.090A.3 actually does not declare an emergency. There's a separate provision in that code that does. We decided not to trigger that. So this does not declare an emergency. And then second is there are still rental relief funds. I don't have the exact dollar amount. I don't know if either Mr. Dole or someone from the administration may have that dollar amount of the rental relief dollars that still exist and are being utilized in the community.
Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up comment, please?
Go ahead, Ms.
So
Allard.
the answer is yes, we're taking away from the community where these funds are supposed to go to help the homeless. Yes, we are moving forward with suspending the rules because we didn't do good planning, and so we're trying to go in to get more money for the guest house, or is this for the sockeye? Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So I am getting some clarity, sort of live action. So the purpose for these funds...
Clarity from Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Okay.
Thanks. So the purpose of these funds, the AHFC, Emergency Rental Assistance Funds, was to help people leave homelessness. So AHFC did as much as they could with that money. They had some leftover money. Now we're taking it back and basically putting it to someone else who can do the exact same thing that AHFC would have done.
Is this for the sockeye for clarification, or the guest house, please?
This is for the guest house.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess my question here is, we're purchasing a building and we're suspending code so that we can get a savings for it now? I mean, forgive me, but I'm...
No, that's okay. I appreciate all of the questions. So, no, the municipality is not purchasing a building. What is happening is, with these funds, is we are, I don't know if leasing is the right term to use. Okay. Yes, okay, so we are leasing a certain amount of rooms at the guest house for a transitional amount of time, and then after that, then there will be a purchase sale agreement where that is signed between a private nonprofit and the hotel owner.
Okay. And just to follow up, it's to secure it now so that we can get it the pre-tourist rate. Otherwise, if we negotiate later when there's a premium, then they're saying the cost will go up.
That's correct, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Soltz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm against suspending purchasing rules just as a rule of thumb, and I've heard we haven't declared an emergency, so maybe I missed it, but could you explain a little more as to why we want to suspend, or why we need to suspend purchasing procedure?
Thanks. May I, Madam Chair? Thanks.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, we need to suspend the rules because we are on a tight timeline. The May 1st is basically our timeline. You know, I wish I could have brought this in regular order so we wouldn't have had to suspend the purchasing rules, but unfortunately that's just not how this happened. Things are moving quite fast and furious within the facilitated process, and a lot of the other work outside of the facilitated process that's parallel to us. So, and I guess just to clarify, and I'm going to try to pull up the specific provision in code, but A.3 does not require us to declare an emergency in order to suspend the rules. There's quite a few different provisions that are laid out in code.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'll go back through the queue. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to speak to Mr. Presidio's question about the location. It's the location in the downtown, and the perspective I have heard from my neighbors in the downtown and the North Anchorage now, the west part of the North Anchorage district, is that it's okay for some of these services to be or remain downtown. We will always be welcoming to individuals who are experiencing homelessness, but what we couldn't do is be the one place where all solutions are driven. And if you had an opportunity yesterday to attend or see any of the content from the event at the Spinard Nave that was hosted, they had a really great set of documents that I wish were here tonight, that we had copies for all the members. There was one map that showed the distribution of the elements of the plan as being implemented, and they do meet the cardinal points of town. And so, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, not a broader community opinion, is that the mission of being equitable is met in this question. There are other elements of equitability that are going to come up, but in the context of this location, it's been in use, it's been a good use, and it's welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10B3.
Mr. Salt?
No.
That item passes 7-3. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So now I would like to bring back that motion to postpone a number of items, but Madam Clerk, I'd like to remove, if the seconder would be amenable, 3 items from that on behalf of the administration that they have asked to make sure moved tonight if possible or no later than Thursday. And so that would be removing from the list items 10D, 15, and 17, and 10E5. So then, if I'll run back through the motion is postponed to the 10th of May, items 10D, 13, 14, 20, 21, 10E, 3 and 4, and 10F, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
And if I could verify with the seconder, Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you good with these changes?
I'm so sorry, can you repeat them?
Yeah, they're
They're
not
actually
up
on
there.
our screen.
They're on your screen right in front of you.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And the motion is to postpone the following addendum items to the regular meeting of May 10, and those items include 10D13 through 10D21 with the exception of 10D15, 10D16, 10D17, and 10D18, items 10E3 through 10E5, and then 10F
Hold on, Madam Chair,
7
no.
through...
We're going to not move 10E5.
Okay, I was going to ask that.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm
that
reading
one's
off
going to
of
stay on the agenda. I'm sorry, I misread it.
No, so it would, I think you're fine. It was, you said 10E3 and 10E4?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for clarifying.
And is 10 Delta 19?
No, Mr. Dunbar pulled that one, and so we'll let that one run through its process.
Okay, so we need to make a change to that first line with the exception of 10D15. I don't believe 10D16 was pulled.
Right.
And so with the exception of 10D17, was 10D8?
15, 17, and 19 are
19.
the exceptions.
Yep, 18 already passed.
19.
So 15, 7D, 10D15, 10D17, and 10D19 are not included in this motion.
Yep.
Chris, can you confirm?
Yeah, that matches my notes, 10, 3, and 4, and yeah, we're good. I would look over to the administration. Did we catch them?
You did, and just for clarity, 10D16 and 10D18 already passed, they were not pulled.
Right.
Right. And those items are not included in this motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone the following addendum items to the regular meeting of May 10, 2022. 10D13 to 10D21 with the exception of 10D15, 10D17, and 10D19, 10E3 and 10E4, 10F7 through 10F11.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes 11 to 0. We will now take up item 10 Delta 15.
Actually, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, before we do that, I forgot to do a procedural thing with item 10B3, which we just recently passed. I'd like to make a motion for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
A motion for immediate reconsideration of item 10B3 has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So similar with other appropriations of a time-sensitive nature, voting down this motion for immediate reconsideration will allow the monies to be expended. Otherwise, we have to wait until all of it's processed after the end of the meeting. So I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of item 10B3.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 10B3 fails 3 to 7. We now have before us item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 257-2022, Amendment Number 7 to contract with Cowie North America, Inc. to provide professional project management and designer of record services during construction for the Anchorage Port Modernization Program Petroleum Cement Terminal. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10D15.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
Item 10D15 passes 11 to 0. We now have before us item 10 Delta D17. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 259-2022, recommendation of award for a contract with PBR Services, PAC Blue, to provide computerized medical bill auditing management services for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 259-2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 10D17 passes 11 to 0. We now have before us item 10D19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 261-2022, non-encumbering contracts to 2 contractors to provide spruce beetle kill tree removal for the Anchorage municipality, including Girdwood, Eagle River, and Chugiak for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for the administration, perhaps the purchasing department. So in one of the documents, it states we have chosen these 2 contractors because they were the lowest responsive bids. That's the memo from the mayor's office. But if you look at the supporting documents, the recommendation from Parks and Rec is actually a different contractor. So it's Great Land Tree Services and Alaska Land Clearing LLC. And you can see those are the lower bids. And so I'm sort of wondering why we went with in fact, it's not even the 3rd lowest bid, it's the 4th lowest bid, Tall Trees.
Through the chair, I believe Rochelle Alger, Purchasing Director, is online. Rochelle, are you there? I know she's there because she's texting me. Rochelle, can you unmute? And Mr. Dunbar has a question for you. Sorry, I think we're having some technical difficulties.
Mr. Dunbar, do you want to come back to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. We now have before us item 10E5, resolution number AR 2022-144, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and authorizing American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in an amount not to exceed $168,000 to fund administrative services of the ARPA funds within the Federal Direct Grants Fund 241900. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I pulled this item just to get a bit of an update on where we are with, well, to ask a couple questions too, but so this is the first batch for the public of the ARPA funds that I believe we appropriated last May, so almost a year ago, and I think the administration is still working on getting some of those funds out, and so it'd probably go to Ms. Demboski, I'm guessing, but, to Alexis, okay, to Ms. Johnson, excuse me. So if you could just give us an update, in past administrations, we did work sessions on this, just sort of where are we, what's going on, so maybe we could schedule one of those, but where the funds are sort of in a holistic view now, and then what the admin monies will be used for. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Alexis Johnson, through the chair, to Ms. Quinn Davidson. I can give you a full overview probably tomorrow. I just have to get with Miss Noble, Portia Noble, or Miss Erickson. She just got married. And then we're also adding, as you may know, Portia just had a baby, and so these funds are going to be used for a contractor to also help facilitate in that process, especially with the new money coming online. But yeah, I can give you a better overview probably in the coming days just to see where we are as far as money going out. Bless you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Yeah, if that helps. So.
Well, then we should.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2020. Actually, Mr. Constant has a question. Can we hold off on the vote, Madam Clerk? Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, so I just heard that the purpose of these funds is to also engage in public process for the upcoming tranche of CARES Act process. No? Did I mishear that?
I'm sorry,
Or
I might have
ARPA.
I might have misspoke. It's for, so during the work session that we had, I think it was in October for the outgoing, it was like an outputs meeting to see where we were. During that time, Mr. Dunbar had said, hey, there's $168,000 for assistance, and it would be to help facilitate some of Portia's salary and then to help a contractor or another position to expedite those funds.
The previous funds?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I just misheard that since we're coming up on the new process, I thought maybe it was some outreach. Thank you. Sorry to slow the wheels down.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-114 or 144.
Mr. Solt?
I vote yes.
Item 10E5 passes 11-0.
Madam Chair, I think we've resolved our technical issue, and Director Alger's back on the bridge.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Dunbar, do you want to go ahead and ask your question again?
Yes, Ms. Alger, for item 10D12, the administration is recommending I'm sorry, 10D19, two contractors that are said to be the lowest responsive bids, but on the supporting documents, there are two other contractors with lower bids versus the second contractor that we've selected, including Alaska Land Clearing, and that was the initial recommendation from the Parks Department in this memo. So I'm just curious sort of what happened between when the Parks Department sent that memo and when the administration made their recommendation.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I am looking at the document that you are referring to, and I see that Parks and Rec did recommend Great Land Trees Services for $23,730. The second one that they recommended was Alaska Land Clearing for $24,395. I guess I'm not seeing what you see. Those appear to be the two lowest bidders from what I'm looking at.
So the other document, the actual, that's the supporting document for the Assembly Memorandum. The Assembly Memorandum states, the MOA opened 5 bids on April 6, 2022, with Great Land Tree Services and Tall Trees, Inc. being the two lowest responsible bidders. So I guess my question is there a typo in one of those two documents, or did we decide that for whatever reason that this other contractor was more appropriate?
Okay, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I'm really sorry. I guess I'm just not seeing what you're seeing. I'm looking at the memorandum, and I see Great Land Trees in the number 1 spot and Alaska Land Clearing in the second spot. And I see those as the two lowest bidders. You're seeing one that's lower than that?
So there's an Assembly Memorandum that's part of item 10D19. And someone correct me if I'm looking at the wrong document, but the Assembly Memorandum we're actually voting on has Great Land Tree Services and Tall Trees, Inc. being the two that we are awarding this to.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I think you have caught an error. So, Rochelle, I think your staff's going to be pushing it in. Oh, I'm just kidding. She has a bet going with her staff. It's an inside joke, sorry. So I do believe, so the question to the purchasing department, if we go on the memorandum in your document, the table is correct. Is that right, Rochelle?
That's correct. And on the, can you tell me the line number of the memorandum that you're?
If you look at line 12, I think in error says Tall Trees, which is actually the 4th bidder. I think that's an error. I think it should be Alaska Land Clearing LLC. Is that correct?
Thank you, Ms. Dunbar. That is absolutely correct. Thank you for pointing that out to me. It was very difficult for me to catch that.
No, good job. Thank you. So the administration would request that amendment if possible.
Would the administration be willing to have this postponed until Thursday, and then we could come back with maybe a revised AM? Okay. So the municipal manager has nodded, so I will make a motion to postpone this item to our special meeting on Thursday.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. And
through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, thank you for your patience with me while I was struggling trying to catch that error.
No worries, Ms. Alger.
so I'll go through the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson, I know you were in prior to this motion to postpone. Did you?
Yeah, I had a question about the substance, I guess. So maybe I should wait. I can throw it out there and then they'll.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, thank you for your patience with me while I was struggling.
Oh, is that me? I was just going to ask what is the funding source for this work?
That's what he was talking about.
Rochelle, you have to mute, please. Josh Durand is on the line. Ms. Quinn Davidson, Josh Durand is on the line, and he can answer any questions you have specifically about this particular item. Josh?
Yes, this is Josh. I'm available.
Hi, Josh.
Through the chair, could you repeat the question?
Yes, of course. This is Austin. My question is, what funds are we using to do the spruce bark beetle work? Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you for the question, and through the chair, it's the American Rescue Plan dollars, round one.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to note that this body supported the same type of work with ARPA, and we did hear from the community, many of whom supported and many of whom thought that was a waste of money. I don't think it's a waste of money. I think it's a great, it puts people to work, and it also does important fire prevention work in our community. So I would just like to point out that the administration and the assembly are on the same page that this is valuable work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn
Thank you.
Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Duran. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we get the revised AM for Thursday, could we make sure that the fund number on line 29 is filled in? It says fund certification, but it doesn't indicate which fund, which I believe is maybe what prompted Ms. Quinn Davidson's question. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 261-2022 to the special meeting of April 28, 2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D19 passes 11-0. That concludes the consent agenda. We will now move on to unfinished business. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 192-2022, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, Jack Gadamus, Municipal Assessor. Action was postponed from the meeting of April 12, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 192-2022.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
Ms. Allard?
Item 11A passes 11-0. Congratulations, Mr. Gadamus, and welcome back. We now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2022-36, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Chapters 21.03, Review and Approval Procedures, 21.04, Zoning Districts, 21.06, Dimensional Standards and Measurements, 21.07, Development and Design Standards, and 21.15, Rules of Construction and Definitions, in order to amend the 2 1/2 story limit and related dimensional standards in the R2A, R2D, and R2M zoning districts for promoting housing opportunities compatible with the intended scale of R2 neighborhoods. Public hearing on this item was reopened at the meeting of February 15, 2022. It was continued from February 15 to the meeting of March 15, 2022. Public hearing was closed March 22nd, 2022. Action was postponed from that meeting, and no motion is pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are some Midtown residents that are worried where there is some R2 zoning in their community council areas. Of particular concern is shadowing. So I think the best way forward on this, hearing the constituent concerns, is to move this forward and be open to potential needs to come back and refine it later. I think some of it won't be seen until it's in practice. I think the planning department did a really good job going to community councils and explaining it, and I think it's one of those things where it appears great on paper and we're going to have to see how it works in practice. So I would urge your support with an open mind that we may have to come back and refine it a bit.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
I just want to take the opportunity to thank Tom Davis, who's done an amazing job at going into the lion's den and taming the lions. You've done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We were just handed a folder of amendments, and I'm just checking that there are no amendments for this item. I don't think so. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-36.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 11B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11C, Information Memorandum Number AIM 56-2022, Heritage Land-Based Wetlands Mitigation Program Update, First Quarter 2022. Action on this item was postponed from the meeting of April 26, 2022. There is no motion pending. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I move to postpone this item one more meeting to the 10th of May. We have a work session scheduled on it, and it hasn't happened yet.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to postpone item 11C to the meeting of May 8 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AIM 56-2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 11C passes 10-1. We now have before us item 11D, ordinance number AO 2022-42, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving certain fees established in the Anchorage Municipal Code as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Public hearing was closed April 14, 2022, and action was postponed from that meeting. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of May 10th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson to postpone item 11D to the meeting of, did you say May 10?
I did. Does that work? That's our next meeting, right? Yeah?
It's May 10. Yeah, I just realized I said we were postponing the last meeting to May 8th. So
I think you said the 10th, actually.
Oh, I said the 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I wrote down the 8th. Okay, thank you, Ms. Thank goodness I don't want to create any new meetings. And that was seconded by, I'm sorry, who seconded the motion to postpone it to the 10th?
I think it was me or Chris. I think Chris might beat me to it.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson on the motion to postpone?
Sure. Chair LaFrance and Mr. Dunbar and I have been working on an S version along with Mr. Gates, who's been very busy. So we're still working on finalizing that. Also think it makes sense to, since it's gone on for a bit now, to go ahead and do the work session this Friday and make sure members have an opportunity to think a bigger vision, and hopefully this will be incorporated with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I would also like to extend an invitation to the administration and Mr. Trombley, who I knew couldn't make our previous work session, so it would be great to have him there at that work session if possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of cutting fees, so if you need more time to cut more expenses, I'm all about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-42 to the meeting of May 10.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The motion to postpone item 11D to the meeting of May 10th passes 11-0. We will now move on to continued public hearings, as we have already taken up the items in section 12. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-25, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.15, to add a section to create a property tax exemption for certain accessory dwelling units, ADUs.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing was reopened on the meeting of February 15, 2022, and it was continued from that meeting and carried over from the meeting of March 15, 2022, and it's continued from the meeting also of March 22, 2022. Public testimony on this item is now open. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I believe that there is a technical matter that has to be worked out, and rather than continuing the public hearing, we should continue the item to a future meeting again while it's worked out, rather than kind of go through this again and then it's going to change. Members of the public could come back and testify on the main motion when it's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my intent to postpone this item indefinitely, and I've notified the administration as well, and to come back with a revised version at a later date once some issues are worked out.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
A motion to postpone item 13A indefinitely has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, do you want to speak more to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've been working with Municipal Attorney Ben Bowman, and as we've worked through some iterations of this, the state assessor got in contact with the municipality and wanted us to press pause on this. They had some concerns about potential conflicts with state law. That discussion is ongoing, and I don't know when it will resolve, so I think it just makes sense to bring back whatever iteration of this item meets with what the state assessor needs and the aims of the administration and the intended revisions I was planning to bring. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2022-25.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The motion to postpone item 13A indefinitely passes 10-1. We now have before us item 13B. Ordinance number AO 2022-27, an ordinance adopting the Our Downtown, Anchorage Downtown District Plan 2021 as an element of the comprehensive plan and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning, Section 21.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of March 22nd, 2022. A motion to reopen the public hearing passed at that meeting and is continued. So public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. You will have 3 minutes.
No. My name is Ron Oliva. When you ask what community council and what district I'm from, it creates a bias. And that bias is I'm represented by this entire assembly and that administration. If I designated my district, I would leave it up to some representatives who I get more support out of my jockstrap than I do from them, and the other assembly members could care less about me. So don't do that again. I think it's discriminatory and it sets up a bias. So please don't do that, Ms. LaFrance.
Mr. Oliva, please comment on the item before us.
I have to be critical because you set the pace and tone, and if you poke a person before they start their presentation, it's going to get off-colored rather than be colorful like the person I am. I'm so upset at the guest house that this comprehensive plan that even Mr. Perez mentioned that they didn't want any more homeless shelters, but fast-tracked to the guest house. That's the death house. It's bringing more downtown. That this past week we got broke into twice at 4 in the morning. You go downtown at 4 in the morning, I counted 52 zombies. It was like the night of the living dead. And you brought us more. You brought us 119 positive COVID patients testing positive out of the shelter. You brought them to the death house at 5th and Cordova. And if Mr. Haberman was here, Felix, there was no public process. There's no public process and public hearing. That was shifting of the money. And that's criminal and corrupt without public testimony. So I'm very disappointed in that, and it's wrong. Also, there will be no downtown if you have that kind of planning. That's sick. We're not going to give any money to the Economic Development Corporation if you're going to ruin it. And if you were going to develop downtown, you would develop East Downtown, the Henry House, across from the Raven, vacant properties, and really develop it to be a modern part of the city. This is shameful behavior for a comprehensive plan. And it's disappointing, it's wrong, and I'm going to call for an investigation of those monies, Felix, because you never document where you're getting them from. You just go, I don't know where they are, including the downtown liquor tax. You have no idea. You just keep spending it. Shameful.
Thank you for
Does
your
anyone have
testimony.
any questions? Good job. He smelt it, and so did you, Mr.
I don't
Dunbar.
see anyone in the queue. Thank
I
you.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your
I'll be back.
testimony. And I do want to note for folks that asking for testifiers to provide their name and community council is in the code, and it has been there for a long time. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Karen Barnard, longtime resident of Anchorage. Grew up here, went to school here, went to college, had a great time and stuff. And I'm really appreciative of the work for the homeless. They are citizens, people who deserve shelter and help to solve their problems. And without supported housing, it can't happen. My mother's property in the Gamble area was broken into 12 times by homeless people who are also suffering from addiction. And they have been just guilt-tripped and bombarded with like moral judgment rather than helping them. So I appreciate all the work that you're putting through. 12 times to be broken into means the property had to be scrubbed, disinfected for all like MRSA, pneumonia, all of these communicable diseases. So without this housing and these plans, us, the private citizens, are required to assume a professional level of care for the mentally ill. Now, without these plans, my brother died mysteriously September of this previous fall. And I cannot find out anything about how he died or why. There's been some weird stuff out at his house. And so this housing is so important, and I tried in 2018 to get him help. And so I appreciate all the help, and I do not appreciate any undermining of plans, especially we've had years, decades of NIMBY. There are many state legislators have defunded places like API. So these plans of having transitional housings on the campus is excellent. I'm really proud of you all and cannot tolerate any spoke poking, any NIMBY. People deserve to have help. These are medical issues and they should not be judged. Like if you have a heart attack, you're not judged. If you have substance use disorder, which is an addiction, you are judged. And Alaska's done a really good job at judging. So fantastic that these plans are moving forward and the funding is there and action taking. So congratulations. Well done.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. There's a proposed series, feature-length series of amendments in the packet that relate to the plan. And I'm going to ask if Mr. Weddleton would come up and walk us through. Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't move it. Move to approve. I thought I did.
Second. And is that amendment number 2?
Yeah, amendment number 2.
Okay.
Sorry, move amendment number 2. And
So Mr. Constant has made a motion to approve amendment number 2, and it has been seconded by Ms. Zelatel. With a request for Mr. Weddleton, who prepared these amendments, to walk through them. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Weddleton, your feature-length series of amendments would love a briefing for folks to understand what's happening here.
Thanks, John Weddleton, South Anchorage. Welcome, Mr. Salty. This is the product of me reading plans, and it's what inevitably happens, but I typed it up. And I worked with this, Shelley Roughton helped fine-tune it, and also Christine Bennell is aware of them. I don't know if we got real feedback on it, but I would encourage you to ask her too. So do you want me to just say, generally nothing here turns anything on its head. It corrects some errors and rewords some things that were a little bit confusing. Some of this was written during the COVID years, so it kind of responds to some things that were current then but don't make sense now. There's a couple places where it refers to actions that will be taken to approve this. Well, you're doing that now. It doesn't need to be mentioned in the plan. So really, I would call this a list of simply technical amendments. It doesn't change the policies or goals at all. Unless the one on Gritty is still in there.
It's in there.
It's in there. That's the tough call you'll have to make.
Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. I do have a question. It would be on page, oh, they're not numbered. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Page 5, section 2.17. The amendment changes, basically ends up reading, some retailers have fared better in the pandemic, but some retailers and restaurants have not survived. I'm just curious where the information for that change came from, that listed things such as grocery stores, sporting goods shops, and hobby shops. Like, I'm just curious where you got the information to add those.
Some of that is colloquial, just that I'm aware of. But I think also, I think there's been Department of Labor had a trends report and stuff that talked about that. I mean, the money shifted around. You know, if people weren't eating out and they weren't traveling, so they had that money to spend elsewhere. And plus, there was $1.5 billion put into the economy directly to people that was spent. All money gets spent. It just was spent in different places.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Excuse me. Are there any other questions? I think people are still reading through your treatise.
Okay. I'll be over there.
Can I just say something quickly, Ms. LaFrance? I was just going to compliment John. Is my mic doing a weird thing? Okay. Tell me if it gets unbearable. I was just going to compliment John on the slight changes you made with respect to the parking lot and empty spaces. I appreciate those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Please come back. Thank you. I have another question. I'm working through this pretty quickly. Third to the last page, I believe it's section 2.26. It says Mushing District is a sub-district of the downtown mixed use, and we strike the word core and is an economic engine of its own. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but it says here that corrects the sub-district designation of the Mushing District.
Sorry. If you look at the map, the Mushing District isn't, the text doesn't match the map, so it just makes the text map match. Because it is, the map, I don't know, there's a map in there and it labels everything, and it's, the text was incorrect.
Because the reason I ask is above where it says 2.26, it says Mushing District, you know, in that bold language there as well. So I guess you're just wanting in this particular area for the text to match the map, even though colloquially, generally it'll be referred to as the Mushing District, and it is kind of otherwise.
No, it'll still be the Mushing District. It's just the Mushing District is a subset of larger parts of the plan area.
So it's a
subset.
subset.
And it was just mislabeled.
Of the downtown mixed use area.
Right. There's
I think
the
we're
core,
missing a
there's
word.
the mixed use.
So that's what I think I'm
Oh.
getting to. I think we're missing a word. Mixed use area.
Area, I think, district.
District.
We're removing the word core.
I guess it doesn't describe what the mixed use is. It just says the downtown mixed use.
It doesn't need to.
And apparently it doesn't need to. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. So, I just
Go ahead,
add
Mr.
a little
Constant.
English major spin on that. It's a mixed use. It's a thing itself. It's like a noun.
That's just what they called that
Yeah.
district, or portion of downtown.
It could go either way. I mean, I did not see the map amendment. We could amend the map, or we could amend the text. The text is easier to amend.
Any other questions? Do members need more time to review the amendment? Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the questions, Mr. Weddleton. I just want to point out a particular, because it's highlighted in the amendment here. On the last page, 2.36, this is a great way to highlight a piece of the plan, I think. It says, establish a municipal downtown capital improvement tax zone with downtown business and property owner approval to seek, specific infrastructure improvements in support of new housing in downtown. What a great idea. I really like this, and I appreciate taking out the reference to seeking a percentage of the alcohol tax proceeds to reinvest in the proposed tax area, because I'm not sure how those would match. But this is one of those instances where a really great idea is being seeded in downtown that I hope we see expanded throughout all of town, particularly Midtown. So I wanted to call that out in this moment while it was highlighted there, because I think that's what, although we're talking about this amendment, it's in the context of the downtown district plan. The district plan has a lot of really great ideas. I hope that's a springboard for us to jump off on those ideas for the rest of Anchorage. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm hoping to bring Ms. Bonella up. Christine? Yeah. Well, I just have a question about it. Thanks. On that very item, 2.36 there, what is envisioned about the idea of business and property owner approval? There you go.
Sorry, through the chair, Christine Bonnell, Long Range Planning for the Planning Department. I don't have what you're looking at, I apologize.
So it reads, page 16, Chapter 8 Implementation Plan, to delete the third sentence in the action item, delete seek a percentage of alcohol tax proceeds, but the text above it says to establish a municipal downtown capital improvements tax zone with downtown business and property owner approval to fund specific infrastructure investments.
So in the economic development chapter of the plan, we talk about a process that happened in Oklahoma City, and it's called MAPS 1, MAPS 2, MAPS 3, MAPS 4 now. I think they might even be close to MAPS 5. So what they did with MAPS 1 is they identified a certain amount of projects that they wanted to do, and then they taxed themselves a penny to pay for those projects, and they didn't do those projects until they had the money in the bank. So this item basically is a suggestion similar to what Oklahoma City did, where the downtown would be...
I got it.
Yeah,
Got
they
it.
would be
Thanks.
willing to tax themselves, and one of the ways that the Downtown Community Council thought they could gather some of that tax income was to use some of the alcohol tax potentially. So that's what that's in there
the
for.
alcohol tax doesn't really make sense, but just so I restate what you said to make sure I understand it, the idea would be similar to the special levy for the downtown improvement district. A set of individuals could self-tax to achieve projects they approve of. It's not that we're going to be funding capital projects that we grant the approval to the downtown business owners, but it's they levy on themselves and then run projects that they
Yes.
want to have. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any other questions on amendment number 2? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 2.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yes. I have another amendment that I tried to move at the last meeting, and this just adds a work item to the plan that says to provide a framework for addressing conflicts between nighttime and residential uses. Development protections in the identified areas of downtown may be required to address late-night impacts such as noise while providing stronger buffers for existing and future uses. The implementation of policies intending to increase residents in the downtown will lead to increased conflicts unless a thoughtful approach is established. And so what this is intended to do is to put into the downtown plan a cognizance of the potential conflicts and a message to the planning department and the community to address, come up with a mechanism, a vehicle to address these conflicts in a meaningful, systematic way. So I move this amendment.
Is there a second?
No second, huh?
Second for the purposes of discussion.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have some concerns with this amendment, although I think it is written in such a way that maybe addresses them. Mr. Constant can speak to them. So this is about basically starting a process, not putting our thumb on the scale, right? Because we know that we have sort of an entertainment district in the downtown. It's long established. It's been there, as you indicated. We're building housing now, but there are folks who are sort of moving to the nuisance, as they say in land use law, like the noise and the entertainment. It's already there, and so, a thriving downtown is vital to any city, as you know, and we want a place that is going to generate some nighttime noise. I mean, in our downtown. And so I just want to make sure, yes, we have to be thoughtful, But I want to make sure that we aren't tilting too far in a direction where, folks that have moved downtown knowing that it is a place where these kind of activities are happening are able to sort of shut down those activities that are such a vital economic driver for our city.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So this amendment is not intending to do what the worst of your kind of analysis might lead to. In fact, it's to do just the opposite. In fact, there are some long-standing residential uses in the downtown that precede most of the nighttime uses that currently exist. And in fact, we had a title change that swept away all of the residential land uses designated in the downtown core and switched them over to a B2C or B2A, B2B. And so we swept away some protections that existed for previous residences. And I can think of 3 or 4 that have been there since 1950 or longer with 50 and 60 residents, that they have some heightened concerns and I believe rights to some protections that were swept away. But to your point of new people moving into downtown, the idea of coming up with the planning department creating a framework for the conflicts is that the simplest way I could think about doing it is why I didn't put it in here, because I'm not the best thinker of such things. There are smarter land use people that can tackle this, is creating zoning protection around those historic residential uses that's 200 feet or whatever it is, and only them, and anything after the effective date of the ordinance that created that protection would not benefit from that protection, right? So that would then lead to the principle that you mentioned, those that come later don't enjoy the benefits of it. But there are just a number, and it's not a large number, of areas in the downtown that have a substantial residential use that we continue to see year in and year out conflicts with loud nighttime uses. And they continue to rise up because they're places where there have been substantial residential uses that pre-exist the nightclubs. And so it's not to stop nightclubs, it's to create a more harmonious development environment in the downtown so we don't keep seeing the same conflicts over and over again when a new business wants to come in and kind of get close to that residential use. And so there are a number of ways it could be achieved. The one example that I use is not the end all be all, it's just the beginning, but it's something. And I would like the planning department to really spend some time thinking about what are the ways to harmonize these uses in the downtown so we don't see the ongoing conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar, did you have any follow-up?
No, I'll just say that I am familiar with some of those long-time uses, of course, as everybody on this body who has been serving for a while have been. I hope that there is a time where there are new downtown entertainment venues opening, and again, it's just such a unique part of town in that regard. And if we want to give opportunities for these late night uses to open in other parts of the downtown, and we've talked about, for example, pushing east and having more development in the eastern part of downtown, I just want to make sure that we don't, again, put our thumb too firmly on the scale in a way that prevents that kind of expansion and innovation in our downtown. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm struggling with this the same way I was struggling the last time. There's 3 sentences here, so the first sentence is great. It's provide a framework for addressing conflicts between nighttime and residential uses. I think that's great. The second sentence, development protections, does that mean develop protections? Or development protections in identified areas of downtown may be required to address late night impacts such as noise while providing strong buffers. Is that advice, or is that sort of like what may happen? And then the third sentence, the implementation of policies intended to increase residents in downtown will lead to increase. So is that an opinion? Is that your opinion that you're sharing? So I'm confused by this because in a plan, you would think you would, if your intent is to in the plan, to say to the planning department, let's work to develop a framework to address the conflicts that exist downtown, and here are some examples of conflicts that have historically happened. That would make sense to me. But the way this is framed, it feels like sort of a confluence of a planning thing, some advice, and maybe some potential issues that might occur. And so that's my challenge with it, is that it doesn't make sense to me in terms of what its purpose is. And I'm happy to help work on a different phrasing of it, but as it stands now, I don't think I can support it because I just don't understand what it's intended to do, and it's confusing. So that's my statement. If you have a reaction to that, I'm happy to hear it.
Probably after Mr. Rivera, he's in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Vardilla. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to see if Ms. Bunnell could please come up. I have just a question about, for me, I'm supportive of the intent here, but I'm curious about implementation of this particular amendment. So if you could speak how planning would implement this amendment, and in particular, is there a time factor here? I know this is adding it to the end of a bulleted list. Does that mean it's going to get done sort of after all the other things on the bulleted list are done? Sort of what does that look like? And then what is the sort of the end product that'll come from planning? Will it be a series of code changes? So if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, through the chair. I think, and Mr. Constant can correct me on this, it would be an action item that we would add to the plan. And then we would work with the Downtown Community Council and business owners to figure out how they think that we could craft something like this. And also working with Mr. Constant too. We'd have to dive in a little bit deeper into, probably do some research in other areas, what they've done to basically help out that conflict that sometimes happens between residences and businesses in a downtown area, and then in the long run we could come up with a solution. So me personally, I don't have a problem with that being added as an action item to the plan. I think it's a good idea, and it's just something that came up after the plan had already been written and different things were happening in. Keep in mind, the plan was written about a year and a half ago, so we've been going through the process. And as Mr. Weddleton caught, economic things have changed and different things like that. And so, things come up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Back to you, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. President, I think to your point, it kind of is a little bit of a challenge to the department. Let's create a framework. And the second sentence is, in fact, advice that something's going to be needed to be done. And I can't say what it is today because I don't have the resources to really sort through it, but I know it's there. And then the final sentence is that the policies that are intending to increase residents downtown, which I fundamentally support. There's not a project I haven't supported to bring people to the downtown. That effort will inherently create conflicts between the nighttime uses. And so unless there's a thoughtful approach, what we are doing is setting up every future assembly to keep having every couple of years this ongoing conflict. And so I don't know that the language is perfect or how to get the language perfect, but the intent really is to help future assemblies and neighbors in the downtown to know that a thoughtful approach is going to be accomplished and not just a rapid effort to get housing and then not think about the impacts that it's going to have. And to me, when I think about it, it doesn't matter where you live. Imagine a massive use just coming into where you have lived for 30 or 40 years. You're an elderly citizen, and there's nothing you can do. But there was a protection until the titles, the land use code changed, and they took away the residential zoning downtown. You lost in that, but you didn't know because that's not what you do. And so my hope is simply to signal to the department through the plan and future assemblies to be cognizant of this, and let's come up with a framework that the planning department can implement that will mitigate potential conflicts. Because since we've been on the body, there's been 2 or 3 at the same site around a 60-unit residential housing program. And in fact, before we were on the body, there was 2 more buildings within a very close zone of the same residence. And we have never done a thoughtful approach to figuring this out. And that's what this calls for.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Vardilla, did you have any follow-up
Just that, yeah, I get the intent as well, and I would prefer that it was structured in a different way and clearer direction for those that use it. I think if we're all gone and somebody reads this, I'm not sure that it's going to give clear indication in terms of your intent. And so that's my only concern about it, is that I don't think it's clear direction in a plan. And so, but if those that are crafting it like it and want it, it's, you know, it's, I think it generally gets to what you're trying to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Amendment 1 passes 11-0. We now have the main item before us as amended. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is thank you, Christine Bonnell, for stewarding this project for many, many, many months. It's a huge project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-27 as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 13B passes 11-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14R regarding the construction of adult shelter or navigation center. And if someone will give me a second, I'll explain my thinking there. Thank you.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So, as has been said here, we intend to resolve this item on the special meeting of Thursday, the 28th. And so my intent would be to allow certain members of the public to testify tonight, because I think some people thought that the testimony was going to happen on Tuesday. That was in the newspaper. There was a lot of notice at community councils. And then we will continue the public hearing till Thursday. And for members of the public, if this passes, you'll have the opportunity to speak tonight, but then you won't be able to speak on Thursday. And if you think you can be here on Thursday, I would urge you to come then, and please let just the people who can only speak tonight come up and speak, because we still have to pass the revised budget tonight, but I want to give people a chance to speak if this is the only night they can come. So that's why I'm moving to change the order of the day, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera, on the motion to change the order of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to this motion, but I actually did just want to see sort of generally in the audience. Obviously, we have one person, but if you could sort of raise your hand if you think, if given this opportunity, you would testify now instead of, okay, so I see one. Okay, so it wouldn't take long. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14R next.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 11-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As previously ruled by the chair on this item, or not on this item, but on this topic, I have a conflict of interest and would ask to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. You are excused. We now have before us item 14R, resolution number AR 2022-111, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $4,900,000 within the area-wide general capital improvement project SIP fund 401800, previously appropriated on AO 2020-99, as amended for property acquisition and appropriating not to exceed $1,300,000 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance as a transfer, and appropriating said transfer and appropriating $2 million as a restricted contribution, all to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401800, maintenance and operations department, to be used for construction of an adult shelter and/or navigation center. Thank you. Public testimony on this
Madam
item.
Chair, before we do that, I need to address something if I can have a moment of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. I don't know if folks saw it, but Mr. Oliva, for the last few minute or so, has been giving me the middle finger and whispering F you to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Oliva. Mr. Oliva, you are out of order. That's your first warning. Please refrain. Mr. Oliva, this is your final warning. Public testimony on item 14R is now open. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ron Oliva.
Please turn on the microphone too. Could you turn on the microphone, please?
Turn on the microphone.
That no one has been harmed more by this government body than me. And my wife's crying on the phone because you made the guest house into transitional housing. This navigational ship, you took all the money. He can't even document the money. He spent it, and then he asked, where did I spend it? My property was vetted properly. $50,000 study with a promise from the Heritage Land Bank, Robin Ward, and Pam Weiss, that if I sold my lots to ML&P under assessment, they would make it up on the purchase of my industrial property. That was $250,000 under assessment. I did it. They had me sign a letter of intent. They didn't act in good faith, shorted me $250,000. And then they said the Rasmussen Begich, or Berkowitz, said they're going to do it. Lie, Meg lied. They all lied. They said they didn't have the money, but ML&P, $15 million. The liquor tax, $15 million. Bezos and the boys, another $5 million. And you can't even track it. You keep fast tracking it and shifting it. Tonight I'm going to appear to have the Russian flag taken down. It's here. This democracy has failed us. And the money that's going in someone's pocket and coming out of the taxpayer has to be traced and documented. This is wrong. And dark money from the unions has cost this city more money than anything else.
Point of order.
I'll stay on track. The navigational...
Mr. Oliva, please hold. Go ahead.
I would just
Mr.
ask that
Constant.
the audience be warned that clapping is not an appropriate response when members of the public are testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. If members of the audience would please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Oliva. Please
And I take exception with
please stay on
Felix.
topic.
If
Mr.
a
Oliva,
soldier...
please address the item before us.
I'm addressing it. He questioned me on mouthing bad words to him. Well, this is what the soldier did to the Ukrainian or the Russian battleship, and that's where you're walking, in those same shoes. Shameful. And democracy demands better of you. And then when you harm one person, injustice for one is injustice for all. And you got to take that into account. You have no consciences. And when I ask to lower the Russian flag tonight, you better all do it and do it quickly.
Shoot. Mr. Oliva, I'm pausing your time. You had 30 seconds left to warn...
Oh, you give me an extra minute. Thank you. You're decent.
Mr. Oliva, please hold on. I need to warn the woman in the back row here. You need to stop clapping. This is your final warning. If you clap again or speak out, you'll be removed. You are creating an actual disturbance. Security, please remove the woman in the back row. Okay, Mr. Oliva, you have 30 more seconds.
It says a minute.
It says a minute.
This is taking away my time. Shameful. And you new members of the council,
Go ahead,
the
Mr.
assembly,
Oliva.
make sure you follow the money, because if their lips move, don't believe them. I won't call them liars, but it is shameful. And I have a family, and many of you up there don't have a family. When you have one, you will think differently of the future of this city. And that's all I can say, is that you basically have failed democracy and have failed these residents and the taxpayers.
Thank you for your testimony.
This is for you, Felix, right here, a gift.
Mr. Oliva, that is your final warning. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Marnie Eggleston. I live over in the UMed area. I don't know what district that is. I've been trying to figure it out all night. So I'm pretty new to Anchorage. We bought our home over in UMed in 2019, just a minute and a half before the COVID pandemic put everything on lockdown. So I'm still trying to become familiar with the community area, but I'm really concerned about this. Having worked in community mental health in Alaska for the last 5 years, actually now it's closer to 7, but I was off roads up in the Arctic for the first 4.5. But having worked in community mental health for the last however many years, I recognize how important it is. One, addressing homelessness is incredibly important. Anchorage is a landing pad for the state. This is where people come and they end up trapped in their addictions, trapped in their mental health crisis, and end up experiencing homelessness in our community. And it becomes naturally incumbent on Anchorage to manage that crisis, but I think it should be more of a state issue. I'm really worried about putting this shelter on the corner of Tudor and Elmore. It feels so far out of the corridor of where actual homelessness is, where we see it happening. I feel like it's outside of resources. I feel like it's going to pull people in depending on the type of shelter. I think a navigation center is an amazing idea, but I feel like it's being implemented incredibly poorly without resources to sustain it or to help it function in the way that we wish it would to address the issues at hand. I think that it will damage the community. If it's going to be in our community, then I think it needs to be a long-term. If it's just an overnight shelter, I think you're going to have people showing up, then they're not going to be able to stay. Then where do they go? They're automatically going to be camping and they're going to move out into the neighborhoods around it. I worry about being able to man a shelter of this size, like to be able to staff it and to appropriately service the people that will be coming through it. There's the one part of it that makes sense is that it would be close to ANMC, but as a friend of mine who works for ANMC said, an ambulance ride is an ambulance ride, whether it's 200 feet or across town. So the proximity to the hospital doesn't matter, but it will make it incumbent on the local area to try and come up with a way to mitigate the outstanding, like the resources that will not be available to the people that are going to be trying to utilize this shelter. I just think it's poor implementation. We have empty buildings all over town that are more along the corridor where we see most of our homelessness. People experiencing homelessness are living already, so we already have sort of a natural path, and the resources are in those areas. Why are we trying to put money into a new building, which somebody said last night is going to be useless in 2 years because it's going to be gone by then? Then why are we building a new building when we have buildings already that we could reappropriate? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Where would you like the building to be?
I think that maybe there's a study that could be done to look at buildings that are already empty. I see them going up and down the New Seward Highway. I've seen a number of empty buildings.
We've done those studies. So over the past 6 years, have you known that we've spent over $100 million on the homeless and have not solved anything?
Oh, I'm confident that's true. You can see the crisis when you drive down the street. I'm just saying to build a new shelter in that far off the main corridor without access to resources and without a better plan, especially at that size, it's not going to be a solution in my mind.
So one last question, Madam Chair. So you object to the 150 people?
Yes.
So then you would object to all the other homeless shelters within the city?
I object to 100, it depends on how it runs. If it's a 24-hour where people can come and check in and stay throughout the day, but if it's an overnight shelter and if it's filled to capacity and they can't get in, then where do they go?
Can I do one last comment?
Actually, Ms. Allard, we don't do comments during this time because it's
Can
not
I do
debate.
one last clarification?
You can do a question, yes.
If the navigation center is being ran as like the MEPS, which is the Military and Processing Center, not the same aspect, but when we bring individuals in and we transition them to either go in the Army, Air Force, Marines, or the Navy, that is the goal of the navigation center. Would you agree that that's a good opportunity for folks to find where they should be and where they should belong to help better?
I think it is a good opportunity. I think that we already have facilities like that in this. So I can think of Cook Inlet Tribal Council has the Shonloot facility, which is a 6-week program that is a reentry program that is not at capacity. I think it has 3 people in it right now, but it has capacity for much more. So I think that we already have resources. We're not allocating them correctly. We're not getting people and resources connected appropriately. I think that's a much better spending of our money.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone? Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
I was going to move to continue public, I'll do it. I move to continue public hearing to the special meeting on Thursday the 28th.
Second.
So a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of Thursday, April 28th has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak any further to this motion?
I think my intention is clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing for item 14R to the meeting of Thursday, April 28, 2022.
Mr. Stolt?
I vote yes.
Madam Chair, I vote yes as well.
That was Ms. Quinn Davidson. The motion passes 10-0. This item will be back before the Assembly at the special meeting of Thursday, April 28th. So we will go back now to the 14s. Before we take up these new public hearing items, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break. If Assembly members would please take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started here. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2022-98, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2022 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public testimony on this item is now open. Please come forward. Welcome. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. And would you make sure the mic is turned on there with the yellow button? There you go. Perfect.
Hello, my name is Hans Thompson. I live in the South Addition area. I came here last fall asking you not to pay for the SRO program like the mayor requested. The school district decided to pay for it, and now after seeing how in the mayor's first quarter revisions the program costs as a pass-through item to APD overtime, like I mentioned last fall, they are asking you to please take up the costs like in previous years. Now, your proposed budget does take the burden off ASD for the next year for the SRO program, but still has $2 million for overtime instead of the mayor's $2.4 million. The mayor's budget does outline that overtime explicitly as a line item. Your budget hides this information. This has been going on for 20 years now because there hasn't been any sunlight on the funding of this since its inception. It creates a shortage of patrol officers, and then because you have to pay patrol officers overtime to get the coverage the city needs, you have overworked police officers. These are the folks we trust to protect us. Again, all three things happen. There's less patrol officers available for coverage, the average cost of police work is higher, and the officers are overworked. It's a triple loss to the community. Here's the solution. And the SRO program in this budget, you'll still have 17 officers on patrol that are trained to be in the school that will respond immediately to any incident based upon APD dispatch. In a year or two, you can then use the CIT to respond to school issues in place of the trained SROs. You'll save taxpayers $2 million a year to cut the program, since the real design of the SRO program has always been to create a synthetic need for police to drive a larger overtime budget. This was a program that was created after 9/11 and conditioned students to more authoritarian schooling when there was an oversized collective fear. Do the right thing and reconsider its purpose rather than shuffle the money between ASD and the Muni year after year. It's been said that the BSA is the reason that we would have to move the money from ASD to the Muni, but I've gone to the BAC, I've gone to the Budgetary Advisory Commission, and I've asked them this question. And what they determined, from the opinion of Jonathan King on the board, on the commission, is that this is not true. That money that ASD spends on the SRO program does not contribute towards their maximum contribution of payments. So that's a false limitation that's there for that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar to move the S version and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
I move Dunbar Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Dunbar Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 1 has been moved by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Okay. So we already went over this at the work session. I will present the First Amendment, and then Ms. Quinn Davidson will present the next one. As we did during the initial budget process back in November, December, we created an omnibus. The first deals with the alcohol tax, and the second deals with general government. And they link together because one of the ways we free up funding in the alcohol tax is by moving positions that are in the health department that we feel are inappropriate to be in the alcohol tax and arguably are illegal, and put them into general government. So in this case, we move about $1 million of health department budgets out of the alcohol tax and into the general fund. We also reduce the increase in the mayor's proposal for shelter and treatment. There's still an increase there, and we don't do any cuts, but we reduce the size of the increase. And with those monies and the additional revenue that we are now projected to collect in 2022, we do four things. First, we restore the mayor's cuts to child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence prevention programs. That's about $200,000. Second, we come back to the baseline of what we approved back in December for the mobile crisis team, $657,000. Third, we then increase the size of the MCT to go to 24/7. As we spoke about at the work session, there are some real benefits to having a 24/7 mental health first responders program. Not only the obvious benefits to the community of having these folks available round the clock, but also we can start to bill Medicaid. That won't happen immediately, but we believe that will happen later in the year, and eventually it will be a significant source of funds for the mobile crisis team. And then third, we incorporated into this omnibus a request from Mr. Constant for $122,000, another full-time position for logistics coordinator at the fire department. So that is Dunbar, Quinn Davidson Amendment number 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk a little bit about the mobile crisis team. This is a really important program to me, and I think it's an amazing resource for our community. So originally, this came about around a year ago, and we were able to bring the mobile crisis team online after reviewing with a consultant ways to do this quickly, knowing that we had a lot of unmet behavioral health needs in our community. And part of the recommendations and that consultant's work was to work with the fire department to become Medicaid eligible. This is no small feat to be able to bill under something called the 1115 waiver. And the fire department's been eligible to bill for quite some time. They got through all of the hoops that they needed to jump through so that they could do this. But the caveat is it has to be 24/7. And so if we're able to start 24/7 on July 1, Medicaid can be billed actually immediately for services as soon as the service is 24/7. And what we can expect to see throughout is about a 25% reimbursement for those Medicaid services. So in a lot of ways, we get really close to paying for that 24/7 service for at least this particular increase. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that bringing this 24/7 service online now coincides with an effort under Crisis Now to bring online crisis stabilization centers. This is a true public-private partnership. The public side is funding the mobile crisis team and having that service available. And on the private side, we have great partners in Providence and South Central Foundation who are working really hard to have a place for people to go that is short of the hospital, that's less than the emergency room, that is more specialized care to stabilize them quickly. It's less expensive, it gets them the services they need, And long gone, hopefully, will be the days where we heard about an individual having to stick with an officer for hours and hours and hours on shift because there was nowhere for them to go. So I really hope my colleagues will support this, and I hope the community will be excited for this resource. It's quite the complement to our public safety array, and once up and running, it has the potential to defray about 7,000 calls annually from the Anchorage Police Department's call stack. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thanks so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Zalatel just said. This is a program that a couple years ago didn't exist. And so, as Ms. Zalatel said, you know, police officers were using their time to go respond to incidences that in most situations actually didn't need a police presence. And so we have done two things by creating this program in the last year or two and now building out. We have, you know, created more services for folks who are in need, but also for the community, opened up those APD services to get them back to what they should be doing rather than dealing with these types of situations. So this really is, you know, sometimes people say budgets are boring, and this is so exciting, and I can't express my thanks to Ms. Zalatel, who has really been the lead on this enough. I mean, in the last couple of years, we really are transforming how we deal with mental health issues here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
And I will just add that the conditions were so bad in this town about 5 years ago or a little bit longer, with the loss of police, the reduction in services with the fire department, and then the state, of course, cutting away its behavioral health care system across the state and primarily impacting or dramatically impacting here in Anchorage. That we were at a point where there were times that I know of such compassionate police officers that they had individuals that they picked up who were in crisis and who didn't have anywhere to go. There was no room at the inn at any of the hospitals or AAPI. And so I know specifically of individual officers who drove around people in crisis in the back of their cruisers, basically giving what care that they could to keep somebody from being in worse condition. And so all of this work going towards establishing a more robust response that is tailored to the needs of individuals experiencing mental health crisis is just, it's the work we're here to do, and it's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, I just want to add, I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said, but it's also important to recognize that we're not doing this alone, that there are some really significant partners that are involved with this. The Alaska Mental Health Trust, South Central Foundation, Providence, and many other community partners are heavily involved in supporting this work and believe, as my colleagues have mentioned, that it is a game changer for our community. It's also a model that we've seen work effectively across the country, and so we're not the first ones to do it, and we've learned a great deal from others who have put this model into place and have seen significant improvements in their community. As a matter of fact, it's being put into place in Fairbanks as well, and so we have a community of other communities that are working on this as well. So I would, as my colleagues have mentioned, I would encourage support for this. I think it's a really important step for us as a community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. When I first looked at this, I was a little pessimistic because I was anticipating what is the difference between this and an ambulance. Like, are there already duplication of services? And as I researched it, and I talked to individuals, I discovered there is a difference, and there is a need there that we need to fill. Sadly, you know, when we look at this, and what you're going to be noticing, and I tell this to the public, is that and through the chair, the reason that we have these excess, in this it's a neutral, but as you go through and we have an excess, we've had a windfall of alcohol tax income, and that's not a good thing. That means that we had really high alcohol sales, which we're cleaning up our own mess. Okay, regretfully, when you have really high alcohol sales, you have those, then these issues are going to exacerbate themselves and show up, and then investment in these kind of cause and effect is necessary. And so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment Dunbar and Quinn-Davidson amendment number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I'd like to move Dunbar and Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 3, please. Want to second it first?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
It's the pink one, if folks are looking. There's a lot. So I'll just go ahead and run through it, much like Mr. Dunbar did. What we have here is the, well, I'll just go line by line. So first, we would like to fully fund the SRO program at ASD. There's been a lot of conversation about the SRO program. Just going back in time for the public to get a little bit of context, recently, and this has varied over the years, recently the municipality has been paying for school resource officers. In the Mayor Bronson's proposed budget last fall, he proposed only having the municipality pay 3 months and then have the 9 months. Well, the 9 months was not accounted for. So the school district, we proposed paying for more months. Mayor vetoed it, we overrode it. So then the school district was in a position to decide, since their budget is off cycle with us, theirs starts at a different time in the year, how to move forward. They went ahead and decided to fund that themselves, those remaining 9 months, because they were concerned because of the doubt that, frankly, the mayor had placed when he did not include that in his proposed budget, that the municipality would no longer support school resource officers. So they said to us, if you support us, put us in your budget. Show us you support us. And that's what we're doing here. This would fully fund, in addition to the 3 months that the mayor recommended, this would fund for the entire year school resource officers in ASD. We also want to reinstate the positions, 1 electrical inspector and 2 mechanical plumbing inspectors, 1 structural inspector in development services. These positions existed but were cut last fall based on a lack of purported funds for those positions, but we have found those funds, so those positions could be there now. These positions are important for home checks. Of course, in the 2018 earthquake, we saw sort of where some of the rubber really hits the road there. The next one we've incorporated was an amendment that I believe was brought by Ms. LaFrance to add 4 full-time permanent firefighter positions. So she might want to speak to why she wants to do that. I think we are currently, AFD is currently operating below national standards, and I believe the addition of these 4 public safety officers that we would like to add would bring us closer to meeting those national standards. The next line, line 4, relates to what Mr. Dunbar mentioned. We would now need to pay, so the mayor had proposed that a bunch of positions in the health department, which are not what the proposition that went forward for alcohol tax listed as things that you could spend the alcohol tax on. So we're shifting that back to general government where they belong. That then frees up some money in alcohol tax, which Mr. Dunbar discussed in the earlier amendment. The next line, line 5, is to delete the reduction to the mayor's community grants. Last fall, the mayor had proposed reducing community grants. These are grants to organizations like, I think AEDC maybe gets them, Downtown Partnership, other nonprofits in the community, Youth Court, and that he had proposed reducing those grants. We reinstated it, but then understood that at least for the arts grants, they weren't getting the full amount that the Assembly had approved in its budget. So we're reinstating that. And lastly, some additions that, if there are questions, Ms. LaFrance could probably answer to the legislative branch. Involves a special election. Of course, we have an election coming up in June for the new seat, and we've had increases in security and legal costs and a couple other things as well. With that, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Quinn Davidson spoke a lot to the mayor's motive, and I would disagree that the funds weren't there. It's just reallocation of where the funds are to go for the SROs or come out of. The other thing is, if we didn't have mail-in ballots, we wouldn't have to hire so many new people. But I would like to ask administration to come back with the answers of what Ms. Quinn Davidson is saying or doing.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, I think for some clarification, the administration would like to clarify the record. First of all, the SRO program has never been cut. It was fully funded.
Point of order.
One moment, please. Go ahead, Mr.
I just
Constant.
want to make sure that people, before they speak, are recognized by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Demboski, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, to your question, or your questions, with respect to the SRO program, I believe you were asking for clarifying on that particular one. I'll start there. The mayor fully funded the SRO program. The question was, where did the money come from? Since the SROs are in the schools 75% of the time through the year, the ASD agreed to pay for that 75% of their time, and the municipality paid 25%. So that program was never cut. The program was always fully funded. The question was, where did the revenue stream come from? And as we have clearly always indicated, it was a 75-25 split between the ASD and the municipality based on a cost-cause or cost-payer model. Secondly, the other thing I would like to clarify on behalf of the administration, when it comes to the mayor's community grants, Ms. Allard, you may remember this because during the budget discussion, you had an amendment for a $50,000 appropriation to somewhere, and the Assembly told you you're not allowed to specifically itemize where that money goes. So there was never a specific appropriation to arts grants. What it is, it's part of the mayor's community grants. So there's a bucket of about $477,000 of that. You have mayor's community grants, but you also have arts grants. So there's not a specific line item. So when you hear comments like the mayor cut this, it's actually not accurate. I hope that's helpful for you, Assemblymember Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. I will go next to Mr. Solt on the phone and then Mr. Constant. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Through the chair, so I have a question on line 4. So it looks like we're adding back the $1,061,000 and change that we took out on the previous amendment, line 5. Am I reading that correctly?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Solt, I couldn't quite hear what you said, but I think you were asking if the health line item on 4 matched what we took out of the alcohol tax in the previous amendment. If that was the question, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. With your permission, I'm going to read the definition of the word motive. A reason for doing something, especially one that is hidden or not obvious. Simply because one does not like what someone says does not mean that that person is speaking to motive. It's just not a catch-all phrase for the things that I do not like or that I object to. In fact, you have every right to speak on this dais about what you believe or what you have heard or what you have seen. And what Ms. Quinn Davidson had spoken to was not any motive, why anybody did anything, but in fact to the action that was in the historic record, what actually occurred. The municipal manager just said something very interesting. The mayor fully funded the SRO program. ASD approved their 2/3. I would like to share with the public, if they didn't know this, that the mayor has no authority over the school district budget. So what I saw in the process was the school district was afraid because they saw a budget proposal that did not have full funding, and therefore they picked up the slack. That their action was to protect the interests of the kids, which met the needs or the interests of the administration, who believe, despite all of the record that comes before us, that they fully funded the budget, but the budget was not fully funded for the SRO program. There was actually a reduction. All you have to do is look at the spreadsheets that were proposed, and then amended, and then passed, and then vetoed, and then overridden, and then ignored, and then finally adopted as the basis of this conversation. So it's a very interesting use of words to redefine anything you do not like as motive, so that you can make some objection even though it has no rational basis in this conversation. And so frankly, any argument coming from someone making those accusations should be discounted as irrelevant.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. You know, if I just step outside this passionate debate and just look at it from the eyes of a taxpayer, through our property taxes, we already funded the SRO project through the school budget, which was approved. And if what it looks like is that we're now saying we're going to pay for it, and then that money is going to remain in the ASD. And I'm not a big fan of giving the ASD just money to spend without it being designated. Not that I'm opposed against education, but we're almost $20,000 per student. Think about that. And we're just allowing that money. It's not as if it's not being funded. I think I would prefer to see this, and I wish we could strip out, because some of these things I like, but you know, basically that's a tax. I look at that as a tax increase of $2.3 million. We've already paid for it. It's in the budget. It was approved. It was approved by the Assembly before I got here, and it's already been funded. You may not like that the school district is paying for it, but they agreed to it. They worked it into their numbers, and it passed. I would prefer that you just deal with this next year with a new budget rather than go back and ask the taxpayer to pay another $2.3 million for something that's already been paid for. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to speak first to the SRO program. Actually, I want to speak second to the SRO program. I actually want to concentrate on line 3 there, the 4 additional permanent firefighter positions. I really am happy to see this brought forward. Every year we're kind of hamstrung toward the end of the year, and it's usually around fire department overtime, but one of the ways that we can get at the issue of overtime is by having more firefighters towards those national standards to cover illnesses, injuries, whatever it may be, and hopefully this will help alleviate some of the alleviate some of the decision that usually comes forward for rolling closures to cut money where we otherwise pay for overtime. So I want to thank Ms. LaFrance for bringing that. Now I want to circle back to SROs. So I just want to step back. I think it can feel confusing because they were in the budget, they weren't in the budget. So right now with this action, this puts the school resource officer program back to where it was before we ever started having this conversation. It puts us back to where we were for the 2021 budget and how ASD usually counted on the municipality to provide the funding for the school resource officers. It got very confusing with, is it in the budget? Is it in the budget? Is it not in the budget? And I see why the school district felt the need to bring forward kind of its own assurance, but that assurance wasn't free. It wasn't already, it wasn't without sacrifice. Those are instructional dollars being taken to cover the SRO program, and what's sad and disappointing about that is that the school district felt it was in that position. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to lay blame on that. I think there was some very poor communication, and I think we all learned some lessons about how to make sure we're working together to do that moving forward so that choice doesn't have to be made. In a state where education is already so underfunded and the base student allocation is so low and our dollars are maxed out at a certain level, I find it a really unfortunate choice that the school district was put into. All that to say is it could have been avoided. It could have been avoided by doing a continuation budget of the SROs from 2021 into 2022. And unless we have a real community conversation, a very long, serious community conversation together about anything else we might want to do differently, I hope to see a continuation of this funding after it passes, hopefully, into the 2023 budget. So we don't go through this again, and we don't have to pit instructional dollars against those that keep our students safe and keep our officers funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of additional points. One, we did receive an email questioning the where is it? Line 2, and a question as to whether we transpose those numbers. I wanted to make sure if that was clarified.
That is why you have a pink sheet that's item 3, I believe, instead of item 2, because we fixed that. But Desiree, could you maybe confirm that?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Perez-Verdilla, yes, you have your pink sheet, Amendment 3, because we corrected, we went from 2 electrical inspectors and 1 mechanical inspector to 1 electrical and 2 mechanical.
Thank you. Thank you. And then just one other point I wanted to reinforce. I've had the opportunity to spend a fair amount of time talking about and thinking about our fire department over the last year, and have been very concerned about the fact that that we need to move towards meeting the national standards that we've been talking about, which is really about providing the best quality service to the people of Anchorage. But more so, I've been concerned about these rolling closures and what seems to be an underfunded department. And so I really support that particular line item, and I think it's really important because I truly believe that we put people at risk over the last year. I think that there were people who, thank goodness we didn't have any tragedies, but I think these rolling closures are things that we should not be doing. I think they're unsafe, and to the degree that we can make sure that we're properly funding the fire department, it's essential. So I support that, and I hope my colleagues will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just set the record straight here. When we were doing our budget, or going through our budget process, before we went to the 75-25 split, just like other districts such as Wasilla does, we brought this amount, we brought this change, and it is a change to a traditional funding that we've had in the municipality over the years. It's not always been the MOA funding SROs. And we went to them and we says, we propose this, and they says, yeah, no problem, that's a rounding error. They told us that. So then we said, okay, fine, round up or round down, and we'll have you pay 75 and we'll pay 25. So we didn't unilaterally dictate to them. We said, this is what we'd like to do, and they said, fine, it's a rounding error. So, as to item number 3, 4 full-time employees, does anyone here think $360,000 pays for 4 full-time firemen? Those are some pretty cheap firemen. I know they cost a lot more than that. The other thing is, too, is we spoke with the chief. He didn't request these. He didn't request these 4 positions. So I'm kind of wondering why the Assembly is trying to manage the fire department. If I could get answers to those questions, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Next is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Friend. To the chair. So I'm a big supporter of the SROs, and it's something we definitely need. It's something that sounds like we have funded right now through ASD, which those ASD dollars are also supplemented by the state, so it's in a way cheaper for the community to do it this way versus through the police department. I do like a lot of items on here, but I don't like some of the items. Maybe it was presented a different way. I'd be more supportive. And then on item 3, I do understand, I think it was how you mentioned the NFPA standards. And standards are out there. They're not law. They're generally guidelines. And what I see is you have to show me the problem. What are we trying to fix? And I've heard rolling blackouts partly speaks to the problem, but I would like to learn more. Now is not the appropriate time, but from the fire department on what problems they face, what problems they need us to help them solve, versus trying to meet a standard because the standard exists. We have to ask ourselves if that's the right thing to do for our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respond to the mayor a little bit. He said that these are cheap firefighters. It's because they start July 1st, so this is half a year of funding. So you can see that clearly in the amendment. You said that we're trying to manage the fire department. We do work with fire department leadership, and I don't want to speak to exactly what Ms. Suzanne LaFrance did before she brought this forward, but we also speak with members of the public. We speak with the firefighters directly. We speak with the firefighters union. We speak with the police department union. We are ultimately the policy-making body. We set the budget, and we believe that you have been underfunding this and having rolling closures. And to speak to the what you just said about it was a rounding error. You know, we've had several joint meetings with the school board, and I can say what you said has been directly contradicted by members of the school board and members of the administration. I remember when this first happened, we asked them, before they cut your budget, did they speak with you? And then Superintendent Bishop said, Chief McCoy came and said this was going to happen. That was the only consultation we had. That's on the record. You can go back and look at that. At that joint meeting. So we have spoken repeatedly with their leadership and with the school board. We got a letter from the school board requesting that we restore this funds. And I'll say, what your version of events is directly contradicted by what we heard on the record at those joint school board meetings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So this notion of a rounding error. Mr. Anderson, are you on the phone? This is the CFO of
Can you hear me?
Anchorage School District. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. So we've heard testimony that $2.3 million, or almost $2.3 million is a rounding error to ASD. What is, if the municipality, the assembly, through its charter-granted authority to establish the budget and set policy for the municipality, decides to fund fully its police responsibilities, and there is an additional $2.3 million in your budget, what is the intent of the school district?
There's a couple different options. One, it would be the equivalent of about 22 to 23 additional teachers to provide education in classrooms, or it would help us lower the impact of what is very likely going to be close to a $30 to $40 million fiscal cliff deficit for fiscal year 24. We have not made final plans because we don't know what the legislature is going to do at state level. But at this time, it looks like House Bill 272 may pass. It looks like the budget may have an additional $60 million in it, which would give us $16 million for FY24 if we were to save those funds. So it's a little bit premature until about middle of May when the legislature closes out.
Thank you very much. I think I understand now what 22 to 23 teachers for $2.3 million means to me. That is not a rounding error to this seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I see Mayor Bronson in the queue for a third time. Is that for Ms. Frasca?
Second time, Madam Chair, and I'll have OMB Director Cheryl Frasca make some comments. Thank you.
Mayor Bronson, actually, when Ms. Domboski speaks on your behalf, that also, or, okay, so we're up to, you've already spoken twice. So, Ms. Frasca, go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to violate any rules here.
No, I'm just trying to go in order. I need
Okay,
to go to people who have only spoken once before I go to people who've spoken to more than that. And so I'm trying to follow the order, but right now there's no one else. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to clarify that on amendment number 3, the note at the bottom below the total of 4.7 million suggests that amendments number 3, or lines 3 and line 6, were part of your budget last year that the mayor vetoed, and we went back and forth. Neither of those items were part of the budget that the mayor vetoed, override, vetoed, stop. So just clarifying.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Frasca. That was sort of holdover language from before we added those additional factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I think much has already been said about the amendment to the fire department. I just want to note that this is an amendment that's supported by many of my constituents, by the firefighters, and the practice of rolling closures is one that we've talked about quite a bit in the Public Safety Committee meetings. I believe it puts not just the public at risk, but also firefighters at risk for injury. 4 new permanent positions, it's not a lot, but it's somewhere to start. I believe we might need closer to 25, and there are other issues too that need to be addressed. But I would appreciate the body's support for the entire amendment, including fully funding the SRO program, which we've gone back and forth in our discussion on. But I believe also that is not just what the school district wants, but also what is supported by a large part of our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
So I will go next to Ms. Allard for a second time in the queue on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions to Mr. Anderson. Is he still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Let me see this really quick. Mr. Anderson, did you, as a school district, did you speak to the administration in reference to the SROs?
No, I did not. We found out, I think the morning the budget was announced, I think Chief McCoy got a hold of Dr. Bishop and let her know that the SROs were cut out of the budget.
So then how can, Madam Chair, may I follow up?
Go ahead.
Then how would the ASD decide to go ahead and fund it with the reallocation of the SROs at any point after the budget was released? You never spoke to the administration?
No, I know that Dr. Bishop and I think the Chief Operating Officer met with the administration, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks after the budget was announced. It may have been earlier. But prior to the announcement, I'm unaware of any discussions with the administration. That doesn't mean, of course, that there weren't any in private with Dr. Bishop, but if there were, I'm unaware of them.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have a couple more questions. Can I go ahead and ask him for some clarification on some things that he had said?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Anderson, can you talk to me a little bit about the 23 teachers that you said that you were going to hire?
It would have been roughly 22 to 23 teachers equivalent within our budget, but quite honestly, when we saw that the SRO funding was cut and we looked at the security implications to the school district, we did make security for 43,000 students a priority over almost anything else. So it wasn't that we cut teachers, it's that we put SROs as a priority over other things that otherwise we may have funded, if that's understandable.
Okay, so then this will be my one last question for you. So we've had a substantial decrease in ASD as far as students are concerned, but yet we're going to hire 23 more teachers. Don't you think you guys could cut back in the administration level of things and then keep the SRO funding?
You know, quite honestly, the administration that we have is one of the lowest in the state in terms of percentage of overall budget. We look at our reading scores for grades 3 and below, and we look at the lack of pre-K. Even if it's funded by the state, it doesn't fund for the entire program, and our focus is really on student outcomes. when we start prioritizing. So would we actually have used 23 teachers as classroom teachers? I'm not sure. That wasn't really an option we had time to discuss. We may very well have used them for intensive reading assistance for those lower grade students, but that really wasn't an option during the budget process.
All right, so probably
If
changing
that's
curriculum
clear.
would probably be better than adding teachers to teach the same stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 3.
Mr. Salt?
I vote no.
The amendment passes 8-3. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zalatel Amendment Number 1 adds $500,000 of unspent 2021 alcohol tax funds to the Anchorage Police Department for purposes of rolling out new equipment, focusing on training that will include focus on rollouts of new equipment, which could include body-worn cameras, case law updates, de-escalation, cultural awareness, wellness, and significant policy changes. I did get a chance to correspond with Chief Curl about this, and he would welcome the funding, and I appreciate the collaboration through APDEA to craft the amendment. I would urge your support.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment 1.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I got in the queue a little late.
Yes, actually, you got in the queue after I said members may proceed to vote.
And you've made an exception all night for others.
I made an exception when I wasn't done. I will make one more exception for
Watch
you in
your
this
tone
case.
with me.
I will say that to you as well, Ms. Allard. Please follow our rules of decorum. I
Yes,
will go to
everybody
you for
should.
this.
You could put that in the minutes too.
Ms. Allard, do you wish to speak or not?
Yes, I have a question for the administration, as long as it doesn't count against them.
No, it counts towards your time to speak.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski, did the APD ask for this increase of $500,000 into the budget by any chance?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on on Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Salt?
I'll vote no.
The amendment passes 9-2. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Zalatel Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would appropriate to the legislative branch $50,000 to fund a study to review and make recommendations regarding personnel levels, staffing structure, national standards, and other contributors to the overall cost related to labor costs within the Anchorage Fire Department. We've discussed this a little bit with the previous approval of the additional FTEs or full-time employees for the fire department. As we try to assess the national standards, the municipal need, how we go about staffing the Anchorage Fire Department to basically be as efficient as possible and as safe as possible, and to be able to avoid things such as rolling closures. I think this study will go a long way to informing the Assembly as to policy choices and appropriation that needs to be made. Additionally, in previous items, both with the mobile crisis team and when we were considering the approval of the petroleum cement terminal, we made similar appropriations to the legislative branch to get our own consultants to provide us that policy and appropriation guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Zalatel. And So that question is, Ms. Zolotel, is it well within your rights as per the municipal charter and as a policymaker and as one of 11 who decides funding for the municipality to do an amendment like this without consultation of the administration?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Rivera. I believe it is, and it is something that I think is important to do as a policymaker to inform what types of items we want to bring forward. I think it's really important that we get the information that we need to bring forward items. And in this instance, I had the opportunity to work closely with the International Association of Firefighters.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, again, another item where we're probably spending some unspent alcohol tax funds to solve problems created by an increase in alcohol use. But my question is, do you have a time frame on when we anticipate that study would be done? Would it be done in time before deliberation of next year's budget? What is the goal?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Cross. Yes, this is very much anticipated to move forward in earnest so that we have it in advance of next year's budget cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zolotel Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Salt?
I vote no.
The amendment passes 9-2. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Dunbar and Quinn-Davidson Amendment Number 4. And this is the blue sheet, one of the loose ones that's not in the packet. Ms. LaFrance can speak more to this, but both this and number 5, which I'll move next, or Mr. Dunbar will, are items that we had put in the budget last fall and then were removed by the mayor. And they're both public safety items that Ms. LaFrance can give a little more detail on.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, or Mr. Constant, and thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, for a second. Was there a second on that?
Second.
It was seconded by Mr. Dunbar. So as has been stated by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, this amendment appropriates less than $15,000 to the AFD for the purpose of the Girdwood EMS contract to maintain the funding. And this is for service along the Seward Highway, and quite frankly, it's a bargain, and this is something that we need to do. We all know how dangerous that highway is, and if we were to lose this contract, I think it is very likely that we would end up paying much more. So this is working, and I urge support. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar and Quinn-Davidson Amendment Number 4.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'd like to move Dunbar, Quinn-Davidson Amendment Number 5. That's the yellow sheet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
This is another amendment related to Girdwood, and I think I would step aside and let you speak to it more. This is previously funded. We could maybe call this the John Weldon Memorial Amendment. Just kidding.
He's still alive.
John, he's still in the room,
Forrest.
still looking at me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Mr. Weddleton for his ongoing work in both these areas, on both these amendments. And I will just add that this amendment takes from the alcohol tax funds to appropriate money for crisis intervention training for the Whittier Police Department and Girdwood Fire and Rescue. Girdwood contracts with the Whittier Police Department for police services. They do not pay into APD. And Girdwood also contributes to the alcohol tax revenues. And this is something that is much needed training and very positive, and I urge support. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar and Quinn Davidson Amendment number 4. Number 5. That is Dunbar and Quinn Davidson Amendment number 5.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Rivera and Zalatil Amendment number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would appropriates $50,000 to APD for specific recruiting efforts to increase the number of officers with APD, specifically focusing on recruiting individuals that are reflective of the overall demographics of our community. I did hear back from Chief Curl that they would accept the $50,000 towards recruiting for this purpose, and it is proposed to be funded by 2021 unspent alcohol tax funds, and a thanks to APDEA for its assistance in bringing this issue forward.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Rivera and Zalatel Amendment number 1.
Mr. Salt?
I'll vote yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, Zalatel, LaFrance, Amendment number 1, related to Stand Together Against Rape.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
I'd like to defer to Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. As you all know, so one of the stated goals and uses of the alcohol tax revenue is the prevention of sexual assault, child abuse, and domestic violence. And STAR is the leading organization in Anchorage and Alaska working on the prevention of and response to sexual assault. STAR has been working with the municipality for about 40 years to serve victims and survivors of sexual assault and abuse. And just some of the services that STAR provides include a 24-hour crisis line and emergency advocacy response, advocates who investigate emergent sexual assault cases and who can help victims work with law enforcement, legal advocacy support, including accompanying victims to courtrooms, intensive case management that minimizes crises and enhances safety, free trauma therapy for survivors, including a weekly support group, and prevention and education at ASD to prepare kids to stay safe and communicate with adults if something unsafe is happening, as well as training and education in the community. STAR was not awarded funding from the FY22 alcohol tax revenues. That was a decision made by the administration and AHD, which to me seems strange given that the work they do and how well it aligns with the goals of the alcohol tax. So we're bringing forward an amendment for $125,000 to be funded out of the 2021 unspent alcohol tax fund balance. We used $125,000 since we similarly line item funded Victims for Justice and Awake, both organizations that provide similar important services that align with the goals of the alcohol tax. If this amendment passes, STAR will use the funding to support victim advocates, case managers, potential lease increases, and trauma therapy for survivors. I urge support.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I just am glad to be able to put a little bit of true resources behind the denim campaign.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, and Zalatel Amendment number 1.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we did bypass Rivera Amendment number 1, and I don't intend on moving it, but I would like to speak to it. I understand that likely Ms. Alto will have to recuse herself, so I'm fine just doing it at the end of the amendment packet, if that's easier for you, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Rivera. That makes sense. We'll come back to you on that. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, and Zalatil Amendment number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment appropriates $50,000 to the legislative branch to facilitate an education effort on the alcohol tax program, including an opportunity to collect feedback from the public. The source is 2021 unspent alcohol tax funds. This was contemplated in the alcohol tax from its inception, which was that we would be communicating and educating the public on the funds spent, how it was working, and making sure that we were really having a community conversation about the impact of the alcohol tax programs. And I didn't highlight it earlier in a couple of the amendments that did pass using alcohol tax funds for APD, but those specifically request APD to come back and give us a report from those efforts, because that's how the alcohol tax was set up, was that we would get reports, we would hear from the grantees, we would hear from those funded, and then we would be able to go back and have a community conversation about how the dedicated areas were working and the programs funded within. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of experiences in the last year that really highlighted the need for this. On the campaign trail, I had a number of purveyors of alcohol ask me exactly this question: what is the alcohol tax actually going to? And then I'm the Assembly representative to the Chamber of Commerce, and at one of the board meetings, the membership chair asked the same thing, and he was like, we need this sort of detailed information to go out into the community. And so working with Claire, we kind of put together a sort of rough and ready version of this, just like a one-pager, but it highlighted to me that even the people who were most affected and some of the people who are most sort of in tune with the goings-on in the municipality, like at the Chamber of Commerce, don't really understand where the alcohol tax is going. And so I think it, again, it's just a question that comes up over and over. I think it's important for us to, we set out a special section of the budget, Appendix R. It has its own line item. We know very detailed where it's supposed to go, and we need to do this education about how it's actually being spent. So I support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I am supportive of this amendment, although I think it's a little bit disappointing that we have to bring this up in the first place, because as you know, one of the folks who envisioned the alcohol tax, one of the things that in the first round of the budget that we put forward, we put money for the administration to do this work, and Ms. Frasca knows that I have pinged her multiple times about what we can do. So hopefully this will allow the legislative branch to work hopefully cooperatively with the administrative branch to do some of this work, and looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, and Zalatel Amendment number 2.
Mr. Salt?
I vote no.
The amendment passes 9-2.
Madam Chair,
Unless he wants to.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I would move Weddleton Amendment 1, page 10 of the packet, $114,000 increment to restore the funding to AEDC that's traditionally been the support from the municipality for their ongoing mission to boost Anchorage's economic growth opportunities.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Anything to add, Mr. Constant?
Just that, the work that they do sometimes frustrates me because it doesn't always say what I want, but I always like to have the data that they provide and the outreach and the work that they're doing. So sometimes it's good to invest in the bad news and then you get the good news later. So this organization does support our overall economy and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see Mr. Pop in the room, and he has been patiently waiting for many hours. I wonder if he might want to speak very briefly about what he will do with these additional funds, or I should say the funds that we are restoring in the proposed budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, my name is Bill Pop. I'm President and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. I appreciate this opportunity to address you. I thank the Assembly for your support for restoring the funding last year and providing the funds that we did receive, which was about exactly $140,000. This would take us back to the same range that we've been receiving from the municipality for about a decade now. We use these funds to fund programmatic elements of our organization. Staff is the main piece, not my position. That's funded by my board. But the staff of AEDC, especially those who are out there doing work with local businesses, working with companies interested in investing in Anchorage, working with different organizations and entities to partner on different initiatives. This funding is incredibly important to us. We are currently a little short-staffed. This funding would help us to establish 2 additional positions at the organization, which would bring us up to a staff of 6. The 2 positions would be focused, one on assisting existing businesses with either challenges that they are facing, potential job-threatening challenges, as well as helping businesses to take advantage of opportunities that they may either recognize or not recognize that may be an opportunity to expand and again grow jobs and ultimately our ultimate mission, growing the tax base of the municipality of Anchorage. The second position will be focused on workforce and workforce development, specifically identifying and working on policy misalignments that are preventing investment in types of job training that are in high demand, using the resources that we have to identify those, as well as working to help our businesses do a better job of attracting workforce from elsewhere in the state if necessary, and ultimately, if that workforce is not available within the existing population, attracting it from outside of the state, such as the healthcare industry or the accounting fields or the construction industry. There are any number of sectors in our economy that are really struggling with labor force issues, as is the entire nation. It's interesting to note that most recent data shows that in the United States there were 11 million jobs posted and only 6 million people in the active workforce seeking employment. It is a national issue that is not going away anytime soon, and with Alaska facing a situation in the last basically 6 years that we have lost 27,000 working age adults from our population, 15,000 of those approximately from our own city, 2,400 of those last year based on state demographic data. We have a very significant issue in terms of workforce, so we find that that is a position that we definitely want to get up and running as quickly as possible to make our contribution to help support local businesses and to get better outcomes from our existing training, to get Alaskans trained up for the jobs that we want them to fill in Anchorage right now, because we've got thousands of jobs going wanting for lack of candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. There are a couple members in the queue, and I'll go through the queue. I'm not sure if they have questions for you. First is Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Pop, I was wondering if you would discuss the AK Speed partnership opportunity that has come up here in the last few months.
Through the chair, Mr. Peterson, thank you for that question. That's a recent initiative that we launched in partnership with Anchorage International Airport and a couple of partners in the private sector. We're focusing on the idea that we were able to generate revenues from the airport to help fund the research that has given us the platform in which to go into a national recruiting campaign for companies to take advantage of this. With the supply chain issues in the ocean routes coming from Asia to the United States, and it's a bit of a misperception in the media that it's all our own West Coast ports that are the problem. It's actually the Asian ports, and they're actually getting worse in terms of the backlogs. And now it's taking 6-8 months to get a container over from Asia, and that problem doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon. So companies are resorting to shipping through air cargo as their only other alternative, which is very, very expensive because you've got a 1 to 3 day product. We are offering an opportunity, and the research that we've been able to perform shows that we can have product delivered here by air cargo, offloaded here in Anchorage, containerized, put on our southbound ships, and by the way, putting more tonnage over the docks at the Port of Alaska, generating more revenue for the port. Taking advantage of that capacity going south, which is the equivalent between Tote and Matson and the Linden barge lines, the equivalent of 151 747s a week worth of total capacity. Now, we don't have any hopes, wishes, or dreams that we're going to actually fill that anytime soon, but even if we fill 5% of that or 10% of that, that's a meaningful amount of cargo that would be going through those ships, sailing right past the backlog of ships offshore at Tacoma, being unloaded and delivered within 10 to 20 days at a 30 to 50% savings from pure air. And we have companies starting to express significant interest, and we're hoping to have a couple of significant demonstration shipments by a couple of named players here within the next 30 to 60 days, depending on when China decides to open up its major manufacturing centers. It's something that we have a lot of hope for, but it's still not proven. I don't want to give anybody the false impression that this is already a done deal and that it's working, but we're seeing signs that we may have something.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Quite some time ago, over a year ago, I asked for data, information, legitimate numbers, individuals that either one, we put in a job placement, or two, jobs that were created by the ACEDC, and I hadn't seen anything. Okay. So I guess I want to know, do you know offhand how many people you've either placed in jobs, two, what jobs have you actually created, and are we just doing research, or are we actually creating jobs in the private sector, and if so, what?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Allard, for the question. I want to clear one thing up right quick. AEDC only creates the jobs within its own organization. The private sector creates the jobs. Our job is to help facilitate that job creation and to assist businesses to the greatest degree that we can with data, with research as a first and foremost piece of product that we offer, but also assisting individual businesses with challenges that they may be facing, opportunities that they're trying to take advantage of, et cetera. Regrettably, given how little staff that we have had over the last couple of years, we haven't been able to really track it, and quite frankly, we've been more in COVID response. As the Assembly well knows, we've been in this room many times during the COVID crisis, helping with those issues and trying to mitigate damage being created by COVID. So those have been the challenges that we have been facing here over the last few years. We are now working on trying to get back up and running, and we are starting to see deployment of interest and potential capital being employed, but there hasn't been a lot of capital. And we haven't had a focus on workforce development in a direct way up until this year with the emerging story that has been coming out nationally that the shortfall is not going away anytime soon. And so that's why we are redirecting our organization to create a workforce development focus.
Madam Chair, can I do a quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
So before the government decided to shut everything down, what about in 2019-20? What jobs were, one, you help businesses create to recruit? Like, what is the number? What have you guys done as an organization?
Annually in 2019, and I'm doing this from memory because it's been a little while, we assisted somewhere in the neighborhood of about 200 different businesses with different needs that they have. Whether that is data information or connections to other needs or resources, but that's generally what we did. And again, we don't take credit for the jobs that they create, and we don't necessarily beat them to death asking them to give us data about how many specific jobs that they would equate to us. That's not our purpose in terms of things that we take account for. In fact, there's a very good piece of history in the early days of AEDC when this very body challenged the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation for taking credit for jobs being created in the community, because we didn't create those jobs. The private sector created those jobs, and that was under Scott Hawkins' watch.
All right, none of it answers my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Pop. Mr. Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Pop. Appreciate you coming in. I'm very familiar with ADC. You go to your luncheons. I've been, my business careers, gosh, that's going on 16 years, or at least it seems to me they've been around for a very long time. How long have you been around?
35 years this year.
That's interesting.
Created by the municipality of Anchorage.
And before I got into, this, I never realized that you were being funded by taxpayers. And so I'm curious, because I assumed with the luncheons that you guys were charging stuff, and you say you have 250 businesses that you've benefited. Well, if they each just paid you $450, you'd have your $114,000. So I guess just looking at, if we're business development, has there ever been a concept where if since your data is so valuable, that the end user would pay a nominal fee to access it, and therefore we wouldn't need taxpayer support?
We do have membership. It's about government funding at this point in time, as it currently stands, accounts for about 10% of our overall budget in the current funding level that we're receiving from the municipality as far as its share of that. We have a $400,000 project underway, of which we are contributing $87,000 from our membership money, with the EDA matching the other $327,000 for a significant research project for the municipality of Anchorage, diving into the industry sectors and workforce sectors, trying to understand the damage that was done by COVID and understanding where our opportunities, et cetera, lie. But most of our funding comes from the private sector. What the municipal funding does is it allows us to go outside the membership-only model and provide services to any business who knocks on our door, because every business, in effect, is being supported by the municipal funding that is provided by the municipal government. So we leverage municipal contributions anywhere from 4 to 6 times over on a given year with other sources of funding.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And thank you, Mr. Pop. I don't have any other members in the queue.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. Mr. Dunbar?
Madam Chair, I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
Mr. Dunbar has moved to extend the meeting to 11:30, and it has been seconded by Mr. Constant, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we are extended to 11:30.
Madam Chair, I move to extend debate to 11:30 as well. Debate on this item.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. The motion on the floor by Mr. Dunbar is to extend debate as well to 11:30. The code limits debate to 1 hour.
Madam Chair, I'd also note for our new members, if we finish this early, it doesn't preclude us from taking up other items if we do this.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeking unanimous consent to the motion to extend debate to 11:30. Seeing and hearing no opposition, debate has been extended for this item to 11:30.
I would move Weddleton Amendment 2, Madam Chair.
Second.
The intent of this amendment is to provide an increment of $12,000 to the Planning Department to study the impact of short-term rentals, specifically in Girdwood, as short-term rentals are having a substantial impact, and not necessarily bad or good, but just an impact on the housing market. Bad or good depends on your perspective. So the purpose of this is to provide some data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So Weddleton Amendment number 2 was moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Can you recognize me so I can speak?
Yep, Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Weddleton for his work on this. As Mr. Constant noted, this is a really big deal in Girdwood, the impact of short-term rentals, and I believe this would be very helpful to proceed with this study, and I urge support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, recognized.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment number 2.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
The amendment passes 10-1.
Move Weddleton Amendment number 3.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Do you want to speak to it, Ms. Zalatel?
Sure, I can speak to it because it's so well written. So this continues funding that was approved in 2021 and is a $25,000 amendment through the legislative branch to enter in a contract with Windfluence Strategies. This is the ongoing issue with regard to the Alaska Railroad Corporation's claim of use, excuse me, along their tracks and property rights. This continues to be a persistent issue both in the MOA and frankly across the state. And the MOA had intervened as a defendant in the lawsuit. The case had an unfavorable, excuse me, the case had an unfavorable ruling, but as the letter details and the amendment states, if the media campaign is successful, it may be possible to avoid additional litigation. So we urge your support.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I again want to thank Mr. Weddleton for his ongoing work in this area and advocacy. You know, this is something that, as Ms. Zalatel said, isn't just important to Anchorage, it's important statewide, but it's also very, very important to the residents of District 6, especially the Old Seward Ocean View area. And I appreciate the body's support of past effort and ask for your support again. Thank you. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance, through the chair. I agree with your comments. This is very important to District 6, and I think what I would urge is that this has far-reaching implications beyond our districts, beyond Flying Cloud, and implications for the state. So I would urge your support for this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in favor of this. As Mr. Salt says, this has long-term implications, and this situation now may very well, if we're successful, save a lot of money going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment number 3.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. Are there any other amendments?
Do we need to move ours? Do we need to move the clerk office? Did they already pass?
We will go back to Mr. Rivera's amendment, and I think you need to make a motion. I know you want to just speak to it. Can we? The clerk is looking at me. Normally, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that in the past we have allowed members to speak. Yeah, it's Rivera Amendment number 1, page 7, I believe, in the packet. We have allowed folks to speak to amendments that they don't bring forward briefly, which is my intent. I don't hope to have any debate on this. So this is an amendment for a little over $1 million that would use 2021 unspent alcohol tax funds. I'm not bringing this forward for a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to consternate the first quarter budget revision process. And two, I would like to do just a little bit more work on this amendment before it is brought forward. This is something that the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness brought to my attention as they continue to get technical assistance from a lot of jurisdictions around the nation around some of the key components that you need to have to make navigation services work. One of them is outreach. And so this would fund a robust outreach program as we consider both the Tudor Nummo Navigation Center, but well beyond that, there's a Third Avenue Navigation Center that is in the works, as well as other locations that are being considered for navigation services, not necessarily a navigation center. So I think this is a key component of our system overall. I would expect members to see probably just a standalone appropriation of 2021 unspent alcohol tax funds to come in a resolution sometime soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that Mr. Rivera didn't move this forward. Ms. Zolotel had deep play in this as the interim director of the ACEH, and to have any input or influence directing funds that go straight to a company in which she works for is a huge conflict of interest and an ethical. I don't care how close anybody says it's not. I would actually go as far to say that if this did come forward and it did pass and any input she had in it, using her assembly person position to know things that normally wouldn't, to have a seat at the table discussing these things, I would have to be forced to bring this to the Attorney General's office to see if any state laws were broken.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you, Madam
Allard.
Chair.
Yes, this item is not before us, so it's not necessary for folks to comment on it at this point, since we're not moving anything forward. But Mr. Rivera, were you in the queue?
Just a couple quick comments. First, so as folks may remember with CARES Act funds, there were already folks who, including the member from Chugacahoo River, who spent a lot of time talking with folks in the federal level, and nothing came out of that. So I appreciate that. Second is, just want to read a portion of this. These dollars are intended to be spent through a competitive RFP process. So the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness does not do outreach work. They are more system thinkers. So this would be outreach providers who actually do the work who would competitively bid for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And just to be clear, we are back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Constant?
I want to say something about those in glass houses not throwing stones, but I'm going to move on. This process is a very thoughtful process. We've brought a lot of work. We've managed to not tax to the cap, but we've addressed a number of items that were proposed, that were approved, that were somehow removed, and now here we are again, landing the plane on achieving the budget that we need to move this municipality forward. The voters in April sent a clear message to the municipality that the policy-making body of this city is strong and that they support our actions, and it's time for us to take that action forward and chart the course for this municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge my colleagues to support this amended revised budget. As Mr. Constant noted, we are still under the cap. By my back-of-the-envelope calculations, we're about $841,000 under the cap when you add the smaller amendments that we passed over the course of the night. Mostly, this just gets us back to zero. It gets us back to the 2022 budget that the Assembly passed and then the mayor did not implement. However, in addition to getting us back to zero, we do a few other things. First, we maintain the mayor's priorities. He added about $10 million of additional spending before this proposal came to us, mostly police, fire, and executive salaries and staff. So we didn't amend any of that out. again, it restores the funding that had been cut, and then we make some additional critical investments in public safety, in mental health, in economic development, and the other things we discussed tonight. So I hope this passes with broad bipartisan support, and we move strongly into 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Sold?
So I won't speak to the motion, however, just to the process. So in the future, I would hope that we can get amendments in sooner. So there's quite a few documents coming through tonight, things laid on the table. So kind of, and again, this is my first day on the job, so coming from that perspective, in the business world, I would definitely like to see important matters like this floated with more notice so we have time to digest them and reach out to the appropriate people or departments. So just some feedback. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Budget and Finance co-chairs, Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Dunbar, for their work on this. I think it's really helpful when we have the opportunity to see these omnibus amendments. I really liked this presentation where it was still line itemed out. I thought that was very helpful. Also like to thank Ms. Frasca for the S version. That was very helpful in getting us to being able to a point where it was easier to talk with our constituents about where we were in the first quarter budget process. It's much easier to be able to discuss your priorities and the priorities that you want to support when you can explain how they are going to be funded and what the implications then are on property taxes or where that fund source is coming from. And with the posture of this past year's budget, with the approved budget not going into into implementation right away, that was very confusing for the public to track. So I'm really thankful for that. As to the first quarter budget revisions, I'm really happy with where we've landed. I think it's a good reflection of both the legislative and the executive branch's priorities. I'm really excited about a lot of the items we're able to fund in the alcohol tax. I think the alcohol tax is this body's doing a great job of using the alcohol tax to be both forward-looking and address immediate concerns and striking a good balance. And I look forward to hopefully unanimous support of this if we can get it. I think that would be really great. We've done it before. I think this is a really strong posture for the remainder of 2022 and sets us up in a really nice place for 2023. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Thank you, through the chair. My first time here as your assemblyman, and I will tell you that I've immersed myself in a lot of work sessions dealing with the homeless, and I got into politics, or I got into this because I was frustrated and angry, like all of you, with just the homeless situation and people defecating on the side of my buildings and just rampant. It's horrible. And a lot of that was a system that we created, and yet, and I've gone through these work sessions, I've been really impressed, I will tell you, and Weddleton's efforts and everybody here is on what's been doing and what you don't see. Go to the Muni website, check out the work sessions. It's been a lot. The one thing I like about this amendment here I want to point out is we've had lots of people complain that navigation system, once they go in, it's going to become just a fancy Sullivan Arena. It's just going to be like a homeless person hotel or a homeless Hilton, and they're not going to be, and that they're just going to sit there and manifest. But, that first paragraph, outreach efforts would assist in identifying individuals for placement and navigation services throughout the municipality and assistance supporting their movement through the system. And so, excuse me? Oh.
Yes, we're past the amendment.
We're past that, yeah. Yeah, just voting on it. I just want to make sure people understand that I don't always agree. A lot of times I don't agree. But I have been impressed with the efforts of what this group has done in order to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I wanted to send a few thanks out as well and just highlight some of my excitement about this as well. Thank you again to to Ms. Frasca for the S version. That was a really wonderful thing to see and a good tool for us to use. Thank you especially to the finance co-chairs for your work on this. This is really a very efficient and thoughtful way to work on the budget, and I think we should continue to use this process moving forward. I think it's an important reminder to the community that most of this is getting back to where we were in December, and I'm thankful for that. I do want to note that this is another example, really, of us working together with the administration. The majority of this budget is us approving what the administration has brought forward. There's a relatively small amount that was changed. And finally, I want to note, as was before, that this is still significantly under the budget tax cap. And it is an effort for us to continue to remain fiscally responsible and spend money in a way that is targeted and in the areas that are most important for our city. So I would encourage my colleagues to approve this, and I hope it does get approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you all for all your work on this. I wanted to also thank Cheryl for getting us both the S version, because it was much easier to figure out what was going on, and also the alcohol tax information. I really appreciate you doing that. And I wanted to say welcome to Mr. Cross and thank him. He's been at our work sessions for a couple weeks now, working really hard to get up to speed, and this stuff isn't always intuitive, and I just appreciate already your work ethic and open-mindedness to the process and to what we're all working on, and I'm excited to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I don't agree with everything in this budget, but there is some things I do agree with, and I do look forward and hopefully that there will be some items that will be vetoed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-98 as amended.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
Item 14A passes 11-0 unanimously. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2022-99, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2022 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating and Capital Budgets for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? So please come forward, state your name, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel, did you wish to speak to the motion? No. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-99.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Item 14B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2022-45, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage general government for 2022. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by which version?
Ms. LaFrance, Madam Chair, do you know what it is? I think you were working with Mr. Gates today to get an updated document. Is it an S version or an amendment or something else?
It was an AIM.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So, Ms. Zalatel, you moved to approve, and who was the second?
I was, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rivera seconded. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to have that discussion, whether with you or with OMB on the record. So we just made some changes to the budget, small changes in the grand scheme of things. In a $550 million budget, we changed about $5 million worth, or maybe even less of that when it comes to property taxes. So I'm wondering which of these mill rates might need to be changed and by how much.
Can I say something?
Ms. Vraska?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, Section 42 gives OMB the latitude to recalculate, so we don't have to do it on the fly here.
Thank you, Ms.
You're
Vraska. That's good to hear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What Ms. Quinn-Davidson was alluding to was the aim that was laid on the table containing the Municipality of Anchorage 10-year tax rate trends by tax district and the tax district maps. This is supplemental to the tax levy. And thank you to Ms. Vraska for really quickly providing this information. I understand it was in the budget document, but it's important for the body to be able to view this alongside AO 2022-45. And I just want to note, we had a situation last year that was complicated by CARES Act funds that, per the process set by the U.S. Department of Treasury, those funds were applied to first responder payroll costs for 2022, and it impacted the tax formula's output. Thanks to Mike Edgington, Girdwood Board of Supervisors, the calculation was quickly adjusted. However, those conversations yielded the recognition that it's an important check to have the historical data concerning the tax rates for the different taxing districts and service areas, so that members can look at that and identify if there's anything that looks like a drastic change from prior years. So that was the document to which I believe Ms. Quinn-Davidson was referring. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on ordinance or AO 2022-45.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 14C passes 11-0. We now have before us item...
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Two things. I would like to make a motion to reconsider items 14A, B, and C. We'll have to do them one at a time. So we might run out of time for the other business, but so we might need to extend another 15 minutes or so. But for now, I make a motion to reconsider item 14A and urge a no vote.
Second.
So a motion to reconsider item 14A has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel with a no vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider AR 2022-98 as amended.
Is it a motion to immediately reconsider? It's a motion to immediately reconsider? No, they're slightly different, but I don't know how else to do it, but it's just okay. Mr. Solt?
No.
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 14A passes 0-11. Mr. Constant?
I would move to reconsider item 14B.
Second. Item 14B has been moved for immediate reconsideration by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel with a no vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of AR 2022-99.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Is Ms. Quinn-Davidson leaving?
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 14B fails 0 to 10. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I move to reconsider item 14B. I'm sorry, C.
Second. A motion for immediate reconsideration of item 14C has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. With a no vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of AO 2022-45.
Mr. Salt?
Vote no.
Mr. Constant? No. Mr. Constant votes no.
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 14C fails 0 to 10.
So I would move to extend the meeting by 15 more minutes to 11:45.
I regretfully second.
A motion is on the floor to extend until 11:45. It's been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we are extended until 11:45. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2022-46, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2022. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-46.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Move to change the order of the day to take up item 14. Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
She left, okay. Should I ask? Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you like to vote on item 14D?
Item 14D passes 11 to 0.
Oh, Travis cleaned everything up. Oh, you guys take that out every time? Yeah. We wrap up. Oh, where is it? I just want to drink. It's in the clerk's closet.
No. Madam Chair, I'd move to take, change order of the day to take up items 14J, 14P, 15A, 15B, and 15E. Did we miss 14D? Oh, reconsideration. The administration would like to move to immediate reconsider 14D. So I move to reconsider.
Wait, can we finish the motion to change the order of day first?
Oh. Just pick a motion. You already have it written in?
I have half of it.
Okay, so we'll get back to that in just a minute. Okay, so the motion is to change the order of the day to take up items, I lost my notes, 14J, 14P, 15A, 15B, 15E.
And the clerk. Thank you.
So for the new members, there's a restriction in the charter that the people are immune from the actions of the assembly after midnight.
Is there a second?
That's what it says.
Is there a second to the motion to change the order? of the day?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may, actually, I'm going to seek unanimous consent on this motion to change the order of the day. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we have changed the order of the day to take up 14J next. However, we're going to go back to Mr. Constant for another motion.
Move to move to immediate reconsideration of item 14D.
Second. A motion is on the floor for immediate reconsideration of item 14D. It's been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. No vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of AO 2022-46.
Mr. Salt?
Vote no.
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 14D fails 0 to 11. We will now take up item 14J, resolution number AR 2022-85, a resolution adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions, AMAT's Policy Committee regarding an amendment
Waive reading.
to the FFY 2019-2022 Transportation Improvement Program TIP. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-85.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Oh, okay. I can do a voice vote if that's okay. Ms. Allard?
Item 14J passes 11 to 0. We now have before us item 14P. Ordinance number AO 2022-53, an ordinance designating as deteriorated area portions of Block 23A and selected public use easement located in the downtown Anchorage urban renewal area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all?
Ron
Welcome.
Oliva, what is the designated area, Block 23? Can you be more descriptive? I mean, I'm downtown. I don't even know where that's at. And if you're going to do some sort of designating it as a deteriorated area, well, you just made one by the guest house. Is that on Block 23A? Does anyone know? Could you just write me a check and then I'll just fill in the numbers and that'll get me out of here. I have a family at home waiting. Does anyone know?
It's the Aviator
block
Hotel.
is it?
It's the Aviator Hotel.
Where?
We'll take up questions during debate. So as you know, we
Oh,
don't do
You know, this is so
discussion.
shameful, and I'm so disappointed. I just have to go home and really just kind of cry at this disgrace, because you're pouring out money like water, and you can't even answer simple questions. I mean, where is it? A deteriorated area downtown that you're trying to renovate and make it vibrant. We just heard Mr. Pope. And you know what you're doing? You're turning it into a ghetto, a slum. And it's unfortunate that you don't get out more. And you're in a world that seems to be like in a bubble. And I don't know how we're going to go forward with this kind of behavior. And the budgets, you couldn't even tell me where you spent the money, Felix. You don't even know, but you fast-tracked it. And if we're going to designate a deteriorated neighborhood, what about mine? You all admitted that the Brother Francis Center was a failure, a colossal failure. How did I get compensated? I got lied to and shorted, and that's harm. And that's not what you should have done. You deteriorated my property, and then you threw me under the bus like the Love Canal. And you have no conscience to come up with some sort of compensation. And you just give out the money, and you don't track it. I mean, is this democracy? I don't know. I'm kind of scared to have you take down the Russian flag because I think you put it up. It's sad. It's very sad. It's tragic. And you don't have answers. And silence gives consent to this unfortunate economic disaster.
Your time is up. Ms. Quinn-Davidson is in the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Oliva. I put myself in the queue at the very beginning when you asked that question, but we're not supposed to interrupt you until you're done. So in the item, if you either you can look online and find the item, or honestly, probably Forrest can just hand you his copy. I don't know if he needs it anymore. There's an Exhibit A that shows the map of the area. Oh, Mr. Bowman has one for you. So it's right on there. Here, use your mic.
That the guest house is 2 blocks from my property, and there was no public hearing. I mean, Eugene Carl Haberman is rolling over in his grave at this disgrace. And it comes from people who said no more homeless in the downtown area. This is disgraceful.
Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, you're very welcome. Felix, I got something for you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Thank you. My name's Sheldon Fisher, and I'll be very brief. I live in the Turnagain area, but I am one of the general partners for the Alaska Hotel Group that is the owner of the Aviator Hotel, and I speak in favor of this ordinance. This is integral to our effort to redevelop the Aviator Hotel. We're looking to invest in excess of $35 million into the property to renovate it. We think it'll generate about 150 jobs during renovation and another 200 jobs during operations. Some of you may be familiar, that's a 250-room hotel, and we're very excited about this project. And not only will it create the jobs that I've described, but we also see it being an anchor to the east end of 4th Avenue and hopefully promote additional redevelopment in that area. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Actually, I've got 2 members in the queue. First, Mr. Dunbar.
Good to see you again. I have a question from my childhood. Did this used to be called something else?
It used to be a Holiday Inn when it was first built, yeah.
That's it. I remember as a kid it must have been the late 80s or early 90s, my family would fly in, we would stay at this place, and we'd go to the White Spot Cafe.
That's right down the street, yeah.
Yeah, this is, so I'm excited to see it get redeveloped. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Sheldon, you didn't mention one of the oddities of why this is happening.
I'm sorry?
I said you didn't mention one of the oddities of why this is happening. Can you tell folks why this is happening as it is? I can lead you if I want, but
you lead me. I'm not sure what I mean.
Okay, so I'll wait until we have the floor, and I'll make the case why. Just stand by.
I mean, we're just we've bought the property. We're excited about the redevelopment. I mean, I will tell you, we've signed a franchise agreement with a major national brand. This will be a boutique hotel, kind of the only version in the world, so it will not be a cookie cutter product. And we've got a very exciting group of consultants and interior decorators, designers that are working with us, and it's an exciting project.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross. Seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So the oddity is, if you look at the map that's in the packet, you should have a map, and it might be hard to read in black and white, but there is in the map a deteriorated property district that, as the Fairview Deteriorated Property District, is kind of a T shape. And if you go to the upper top line and go to the far left, you get to the property where the aviator is. Now, I drafted the ordinance with Dan Coffey that established this deteriorated property zone, but it never was clear that this one block on the map, if you look, is bisected. One lot is bisected by the deteriorated property. So inherently, already, half of the building to the east, is within the deteriorated property zone, and half of the building to the west is not. So because there's no road that continues through, B Street gets cut off by the hotel. It's a very odd phenomenon that the way it was crafted, the way we drafted it, there was a mistake in bisecting that property. And so what this designation does is it takes that entire property, so we don't have half a property being taxed at one rate and half a property being taxed at another.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-53.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Item 14P passes 11-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative rule because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-130, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of location of package store liquor license number 4779 for Grape Brothers LLC, DBA Crush.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-130.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 15A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-131, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new beverage dispensary tourism duplicate liquor license number 6013 and restaurant designation permit for Host Chen ANCFB LLC DBA Humpy's Great Alaskan Ale House.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We have one person signed up for phone testimony. Ms. Camacho, would you call Mr. Clare, please?
This is Andrew.
Hi, Mr. Clare.
Yes, this is Andrew.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 15B, AR 2022-131. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Fantastic. My name is Andrew Clare. I am representing the transferee of this license, and I just wanted to make myself available in case any members of the Assembly have any questions or concerns concerning this transfer.
Great, thank you, Mr. Clare. We will contact you if members have questions.
Fantastic. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-131.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Item 15A passes 11-0. The final item we will take up as a laid on the table item is item 15E, resolution number AR 2022, unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary license number 3971 for Fresh Ale Pubs LLC, DBA Moose's Tooth Pub and
Waive
Pizzeria.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may, go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just if they're any more successful, they're going to have to build a parking garage.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on unnumbered resolution AR 2022.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Item 15E passes 11-0. We have completed the time-sensitive and must-pass items of the agenda. And there are 3 minutes left. We can, just 1 minute while I get my agenda back in order here. We will go to audience participation, final audience participation. Please come forward, state your name for the record. We have possibly time for just one person. Go ahead, state your name for the record, your community council. You'll have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, point of order. I move to extend the meeting until midnight.
Second.
There's a motion to extend the meeting until midnight by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Ms. Allard. Should I ask for unanimous consent, or do we need a vote? Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, Madam Clerk, members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-1. We are extended to midnight. Let me restart your timer. The clerk has advised that we are technically still in the 14s unless someone moves to change the order of the day.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia, so that we can change the order of the day to take up final audience participation. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, we will proceed to final audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Brenda, District 3. As an election observer, I spent many hours this month becoming familiar with the mail-in ballot processing. We expect accountability, transparency, and integrity incorporated in all aspects of election processes and procedures. Arriving the Ship Creek Election Center at 10:30 a.m. on April 19th, I observed a man I hadn't seen there before working on his laptop in the adjudication area. When I inquired, he described the work he was doing as validating the database. 4 hours later, he was inserting a flash drive in the Dominion server. In the server cage that was unlocked. When we asked what they were doing, it was explained that they, the man at the laptop, an election worker, were cleaning up data from the server. The man identified himself as a Dominion employee. He went on to further explain that the election workers had tried to conduct an operation, deleting data, that is disallowed functionality during an active election. The election center called Dominion to override the system and allow deletion of data. This raised red flags. There was no representative from the municipality IT department there to oversee and witness this overriding operation. 5 observers filed complaints on April 19th. In reviewing the complaint log notebook, a response was filed. It didn't address the concerns presented in the complaints and now creates inconsistencies from the explanations given at the time of the server manipulation. So to recap and aggravate the incident, a Dominion employee, vendor, validating the database without municipal IT department oversight, an explanation that Dominion and election workers were overriding disallowed functionality during a live election, server manipulation during a live election, inconsistent explanations of the incident from the municipal clerk, Dominion, and the election workers, inadequate response to complaints filed. Neither originals nor copies of the complaints that were filed were attached to the response from the clerk. All of these are deeply concerning this election process for a mail-in voting process that was adopted by the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Madam Chair, I had a question. I was in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar. Ma'am, if you would come back, please. Mr. Dunbar has a question for you.
Could you say the date of the incident? I thought you said April 19th.
That is correct. It was April 19th.
So why do you refer to it as a live election? I mean, so we had all of the ballots had been counted at that point, or I believe so. You know, the election was on April 5th. I don't think any of the election results were seriously in question probably 10 days after it. So why do you refer to it as a live election?
I am not an IT expert. I have experience, professional experience in software testing, so I would be happy to speak to that. I think there is someone else in the line that would better address what you're bringing up.
But you're not asserting that the incident on the 19th could have impacted the results we saw on the 5th or in the week afterwards. You're not asserting that it changed any of the election outcomes, correct?
You're compromising the integrity of the data that is in the system. No, there were reports that were printed, that were presented to us after we started questioning, that show a time and date stamp on them before they inserted the flash drive into the Dominion server, and the numbers afterwards. But we cannot speak, because ballots are going to be destroyed here very shortly. And so all that's going to be left is the electronic record of this election. That's it. Now this election has been certified, but it wasn't certified on the 19th.
Okay.
There
So
isn't.
your assertion is not that there were any elections that would have been changed by this, but it's a sort of
The numbers don't appear to have changed significantly, and that's not what my point is about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I was just notified by the administration that we had a bit of a glitch on the previous item that we passed, and we need to reconsider the Moose's Tooth item that was 15E and set it for public hearing. It was supposed to be introduced and set for public hearing, not heard tonight, and there is a public notice requirement for the item that it has to be heard, and if you read, actually, the bottom line is passed and approved on the 10th of May. So I move to reconsider item 15E.
Second.
A motion to reconsider item 15E has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel with a yes vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. Oh, it's unnumbered. 15E, which is unnumbered AR 2022.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
The motion to reconsider passes 11-0. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. This motion would be to introduce and set for public hearing on the 10th of May.
Second.
Third.
Done.
So a motion has been made to introduce item 15E for public hearing on May 10th. It's been moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Dunbar, and third by Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. Constant. We'll now go back to public or audience, final audience participation. Thank you, ma'am, for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is John Henry. I'm with District 6. And I also was an observer at the election center and observed for probably 2 weeks. We probably have 40 to 50, 60 hours of time in over there. And there were various things that were going on. I wouldn't say that they would affect the election itself, but there seems to be quite a few problems that I would consider an issue at the election center. The number one, it was stated on this record that they gave you from the clerk that they considered some of this, how should I put it here, minor, fairly minor. I don't think anything is minor when it comes to an election. I think with public perception on what they see at the election, what we observe and what we talk about and the people that we talk about, everything is a concern to us. My biggest concern was Brenda's comments about the flash drive in the computer. I've been an IT professional myself for over 27, almost 30 years, and I never would have imagined that a server that's locked in a cage and told that we cannot touch that, you can't look at it, you can't be in that cage, and to come in at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 19th and see a person inside the cage with a terminal connected to the server and a flash drive was inserted, pulled, given to an election employee, and then they went off and did something, and they were explaining that they were trying to override a function that was not allowed, which was to delete some data, some test data that they may have run. You don't test on a machine or on a piece of equipment when you're running an election. You just don't do that. There's too many things that can go wrong. And the other issue is when they started adjudicating again, we were told that they were ready to adjudicate, where we look at the where we look at the ballots that are being corrected that the machine didn't read or had seen errors. During that process, right after they had done this procedure, it didn't work. They couldn't make it work. They had to go back, and I saw them on a phone. They were talking to somebody, and I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, they were able to come back, do some magic with the machine, and then voila. They were able to adjudicate the few ballots that they did. After that, I don't know what happened. But as far as I'm concerned, if I was going to put in a quote, an algorithm in there to cheat or do whatever to take a vote, steal a vote, add a vote, at that point in time that flash drive was put in that box. That is the exact time that you could delete that evidence and you would never see it again. You couldn't tell what went wrong if you were to do a forensic audit on this machine, other than maybe some logs that were on there. There didn't appear to be any chain of custody on the flash drive that went in there. I don't know what was on it, where it came from, and we were told it was to sync the database. That's all I know. I'm not accusing anything, nor am I saying anything, but it's something that needs to be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your participation. I don't see any questions in the queue for you. Thank you, sir.
Ron Oliva, I'm going to talk fast, but you got the flyer, the Russian flag. It says never again, but again. and this is real serious. Put all the other stuff aside, but it's happening now. And our sister city, Magadan, has raised not the sister city flag, like we have an anchor. They raised the Russian flag. And we've been requested by the Ukrainian community, of which I am a part, being southern Poland, Krasno, Ukraine, Russia. My grandmother was Russian, and just a little bit genetically Jewish. And at present, I'm not going to request the flag be lowered. I'm going to demand it, because that's an endorsement of Putin. And I think that has to come down immediately. And it would be wonderful and an endorsement that we stand with Ukraine if the Ukrainian flag went up. Now, I gave it to Mike Robbins. He's in charge of Easy Park. But whether I do this to Felix or an act of civil disobedience or vandalism, Justice Douglas said, if you're willing to do it, you got to pay. Do the crime, you do the time. And I'm not afraid of that. So let me tell you, in my family tree, I had uncles go to Poland, Silver Star, 3, what do you call them, Purple Hearts. Hey, they weren't over there for nothing. And what's going on in Ukraine, and we all know it, is beyond a travesty. So I'm going to call on this body, as scared as I am, to ask that mayor to get his maintenance team there tomorrow morning and lower that flag. And then if you want to send it to Magadan, I talked to people from Magadan today. They don't support Putin. When the war is over, we can raise the flag up. They believe that Putin's killing Nazis. So that's what they told me today. So we don't need another Holocaust Remembrance Day, right? Forrest, what's the name of the Holocaust Museum in Israel?
Yad Vashem.
Tears in my eyes, 6 million. 12 million Ukrainians, 6 million Poles. And the reason my uncle went back, because he could speak Polish. And if you want to learn a little Polish, if you don't do that, that's pure Billy Guvno.
Thank you for your participation. There are
You're
no
more
questions.
than welcome. Now remember, tomorrow morning is what day? Wednesday? Make sure it's down by sunset,
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
okay?
Okay, we've got time.
Have some courage.
Thank you, sir. We've got time for one more person. We just have a couple minutes left. We automatically adjourn at midnight, and the clock stops or the recording stops. Go ahead. Welcome.
My name is Liz Vasquez. I belong to the Sand Lake Community Council. The Assembly scheduled the certification of the election on April 26th, which is today, and the Election Commission met on the same day. To date, the Election Commission does not have adequate information and data at this time to have reached a thoughtful and correct decision with regard to the results of this election. The municipal clerk has not provided the actual complaints with her responses and has delayed sending her responses to the commission, which provided little time for thoughtful consideration. In addition, during the April 25th meeting, which happened yesterday, the municipal clerk stated she will not be providing the commission with the requested statistical data on the election. I'm going to repeat something. At least two commissioners requested the statistical data yesterday and were told that it was not available yesterday, but that it would be submitted to you, the Assembly. Finally, the municipal clerk has stated that the risk limiting audit would not be conducted until May 17th, merely 3 weeks after the election is supposed to be certified. Although this type of audit may have deficiencies, it should be conducted before the election is certified. The risk limiting audit is a statistically based audit technique used to limit the risk that an election certified is not certified